What's up, everybody? I'm starting the stream a little bit early because I decided to do a crackpot thing this morning. And by crackpot thing, I mean I've decided to try. I realized as I forgot to connect my iPhone to VTube Studio because I'm very smart. Brain is thinking. I have decided to try dual PC streaming. And by dual PC, I mean my laptop and my PC. Yup. But unfortunately, that fucking takes forever to transfer all my stuff because apparently, I do a lot more for the streams than I thought I did. Oh, my eye's wonky. Why is my eye wonky? Look at that. You see that? My eye's all wonky. Whoa. Look at that. My eye's all wonky. Why are you wonky? Look at this. How's anybody gonna take me seriously when my eye's all wonked like that, huh? Like, I don't know which one's the right eye at this point. Like, yeah, like, look, like, somewhat, you could take me somewhat seriously if I look you at straight in the face, right? But if I look at you like this, how are you gonna take me seriously? What the? Oh, is that why? Is this why? Hi, Kiwi. Eh. There you go. Oh, that was a problem. Oh, thank God. That stressed me out. All right. So, I have 22 minutes counting down until I either well, I've 22 minutes to do do a video or continue setting up the dual stuff. I'll be lurking until I get home, no problem. And I really want to continue setting this up. But I also know that I probably should wait until after stream to do this. But at the same time, I kind of just want to do it now. But I don't know what will be the best because right now I have to use Moonlight because I have to use my other monitor. So yeah. I don't really know what order of operations I want to do things. And speaking of, I need to reload this model. I really want to do this, but I have to Elaine think for like 5 seconds. If do this, then stuff and things. Stuff and things. I'm gonna have to do this later, huh? Fine, I'll do it later. Wait, I wanted to do one more thing. Pixels, I think I know why I gave you 2, because technically I have 2 instances of the blind box open. Collection, track for missing files. Is there anything that I can grab that's kind of like I have multiple of? Clean cray. Oh. Whoops. That's fair, brain. My brain just realized something. Okay. Overlay. What? Delete them. Yes. Tools. Stream. Overlay. I forgot. It's this one now. I think it's this mob. Okay, so now if I go in here and I go here, and I go overlay, I'm gonna take these guys, copy them, go over here, paste them here, and then I'm gonna search directory, and then I'm gonna go this one, select folder, apply. Yeah, look at all those. Okay, we have much less now, right? 50? Oh, well, not a lot. That pet's a good bit, though. What if, chat, I just did the Binky Bonky Willy Wonkies, the mission files. Yeah, but soft. Yeah, but soft. What is my... Oh, I can check it right here. It's not in here. I'm going to buy it starting soon. No, I think it is this. I think. Hold on. Studio mode, starting soon. Anims, this one. Overlay, starting soon GIF. Okay, starting soon GIF. Starting soon GIF? Okay, there's this one. Boop. And the cow pin is from here. For me to the ocean. When at the tide. Background base browse. Outside. Folder backdrop. To the night. And then this guy, I think. Always I wanna be with you and make believe with you and live in harmony, oh love. We go here, we go here, here. Boop. Backdrops, go here. Search directory, select folder, apply. Okay, so that looks better now. Cold outside, am I here in vain? Hold on to the night, there will be no shame. Oh, I see, okay. That's on. That's on. I haven't had that on in a while, huh? Boop, boop. There you go. This one has the wrong one though, but I will fix that in a minute. Always wanna be. Oh, mini screen. Mini application. Mini border. Mini screen off. Hello, Bausta. Overlay, stream overlay. means I have to go in here. Overlay here. Overlay. I think it's in here, actually. Are you right? Oh my god, your handwriting. Okay. These guys, which are my assets. Yeah. Couch. Couch, 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 couch. This one. Oh, that goes in here. Cuts. Okay, I was like, am I not muted? Or unmuted? Apply. Scene collection. Check for missing. Look at all these. Oh, bruh. Yeah, break. Animations. I thought I put that one in there. Maybe I didn't. Be right back. Go stream, overlay, animations, serene dreams, and there's another one I'm missing, right? Charm mob, hand one, Pico hammer, tiny chibi Mew is from the bros. Images. Show Guardian, main pat. Clubbing as a rave gif. Boop charm, bonk. Oh, the advancedgg one. Where did I put that one? Where is that one? I think that might be in stream brands. Alright. Be right back. Serene dreams. Boop. Boop. It's taking a while to copy that, man. Oh. I'll apply. Oh, I did those differently. Okay. But my temperature rising. Alright, so not that way. Boop. Chat variants, animations. This is an overlay. Check for missing files. Select folder, apply. There we go. That looks fine. Try to think. Yeah, okay. That's all I'll do for that for now. Otherwise, I'll be sitting here all day doing it and I don't want to. Well, I do, but a referral power. Oh my god, I have 9 minutes. Nope. I just need the mods. Good lord. Roll for fun. Hi, I know. A hunk of burning love. Sorry, I'm late. You're okay. It's okay. You are perfectly fine. My wrist hurts. I have 9 minutes to edit this TikTok together. I think I got it, but it all depends on how well the audio and the video fits with the audio, I guess. Hi, Buster. Oh, that has a breath in it. That's a breath right there, champ. We gotta get that out. No breaths in here for us. No, no. No, no, none of that. Boop. Yeah. I will be lurking. I'm almost done with work and I'm making nuggies. Fuck yeah. Well, I hope you enjoy the chaos that's about to ensue in like 30 minutes. Interrogate guests. Do what must be done. Alright, and then we log that. And that's all good now. And then we're gonna do roll for fun. We're gonna go in here and then here. And then I'm not a human release trailer. Oh, Moira. Oh, Moira. I don't have time for you today right now. I think it's because she wants to play, but she has to get the fuck down from the shelf you're not supposed to be on! Thank you. Thank you. Much appreciated, Moira. Thank you very much. At least she's off of it, you know? Now she's being such a mischievous little child. My little baby. You're being so mischievous right now. Why do you do this? Oh, fuck. You're trying to see if your papa's gonna come yell at you, but he's busy. Let him be. You noob. Okay, I think that's good. I don't think I need more than that, I think.
Unless I want to do like this part and then go into this. Like this. Also, Thursday, tomorrow, we'll be finishing Dispatch, or as much of it as we can, before my brain gets bored by doing one thing. It's not that Dispatch is boring or anything. It's just like, if I do the same thing for a while, I kind of get bored. What the fuck? What? Oh, okay. I just launched a little pumpkin at my desk, and I was like, what? I guess let's do this one. Kind of like what was there before. I feel like that doesn't end very good. And then okay, maybe like that. I wouldn't mind scooting this over a bit, I think. I think I don't want this part when it fades to black right here, so I'll do this. Okay, I'm not mad about that. Hi, Vexed. Hi. Welcome on in. How you doing? Video editing. Nope, not that one. I want Pixabay for this one. And then I want workspace, workflow, snap captions. Woo! Very nice, Vexed. Okay, hold on. I gotta write you down. Vexed. Okay, cool. I need to give you and Pixels your hat. Current text. Default. Subtract title 1. Create phrase. I'm sure it's fine. Default. I put so much effort into the videos yesterday. I'm sure that this one being a little bit more mundane will be okay. Lurking, I guess. I'm good. I'm mentally good, but my body is rioting for each day. For eating basically nothing but beans and sauerkraut for past 2 days. I will not stop. It's too yummy. Well, maybe get a little fruit in there. Get a little fruit in there. Trevor, my favorite streamer. Hello, Jeffy. I kind of like that one. That one was good. That was good. I liked that one. All right, let me just shove that into the video and then we'll call it good. Because I do not have any more time. I need to prepare for the collab. Poopy doopy, swoopy doopy. Whoop. Copy, paste position. I'll have to turn down the audio. Delete empty tracks. Yeah, I can probably eat a can of pineapple today. Good idea. Okay, cool. Good enough. Good enough. Good enough, chat. We must now work on setting up for the collab. Actually, I'm gonna be right back. I need to use the restroom really. Oh, so they're sleeping upstairs. Well, I hope they are. I'm gonna be chubby. Where my squisho mode? And also, how come no one told me that you can match the change model redeems in VTube Studio? I didn't need to be doing it through Sammy. No one told me this. I had to find out through TikTok.
I learned that last night.
I feel like I watch more TikTok than the Game Awards. Peak wants us to vote for it for the Game Awards are like the Grammys now. We'll probably still watch it anyway, but god damn it. It's like the Game Awards.
I voted for it.
I'm gonna vote for it too, but like,
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. The nominees overall is pretty abysmal. There's like 3 good games out of all of the nominees in general.
I'm gonna vote Kingdom Come 2 Deliverance.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, there's 4 good games, but I didn't play that game because you can't be a girl.
Oh, fair.
Valid. I don't play a lot of games for that same reason.
It's just, how can I play a game where I'm role playing if I'm a guy?
Yeah, so
I don't know how to be a
true.
guy.
That's, you know, high key. That's how I feel about oh fuck, because I have that plugin. I have to do this all manually. God, piss. All right. What was I gonna say? Oh god, my brain is off. I'm so sorry.
Hi, Grammy.
Hello.
Dispatch. I want to get into Dispatch. I do, but like it's kind of hard just playing as a guy.
I'm gonna be honest. I'm not gonna spoil anything, but I do think that game sucks. I think that game sucks a lot. I don't think that game is good.
I like the characters, but it's hard.
It's
hard.
Which game?
Is it hard?
Dispatch.
Oh, I have my qualms with it, but I do enjoy it a little bit.
I thought it was good a little bit, but I don't know.
There was a lot more
Did I
potential.
miss Peak say I didn't know?
Yeah, I think that's the real problem. Is it just kind of falls flat, and it's kind of disappointing. Not to mention, it's like such a queer-coded game, and you can only romance girls.
Yeah.
Hi, Kazuya.
And you're a guy.
Hello. Oh my god.
Hello.
Hi, Kazuya.
But
I'm gonna have to restart my stream. I downloaded a plugin into
that game
my
is
Obis, and it's stupid.
Like a glorified
Not that one.
visual novel, really.
Yep.
The gameplay doesn't even like affect what happens.
Okay.
I liked Dispatch personally. I liked Toxic.
I haven't played it, so I keep my opinion because, yeah, I haven't seen any of it or know anything.
How do I uninstall a plugin from Obis? Oh my god, I'm gonna be sitting here for 20 years trying to put all the Fuji text together. I'm gonna scream!
I guess I am pretty... I'm pretty judgmental when it comes to games. I'm pretty picky about like what I think is good.
I try not to be, but goddamn, they make it a little hard.
Oh my god, I'm just now realizing how many people's gonna be playing.
I just
that's why I made the I made a disclaimer. It's not my fault. I made a disclaimer. I made a discllaimer. I made a disclaimer. I made a disclaimer.
First collab in a long time, by the way, and I decided to do this.
Made a disclaimer. Made a disclaimer. Made a disclaimer. I'm just gonna keep panicking.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
I would like to say I collab with the same 4 people every week. This is the first time I'm collabing with anyone else.
Half the people I collab with will be here.
Yeah, I think that's how half the people here I've played with before, and then the other half I'm like, oh, new faces, oh, new friends.
Yeah.
Typically, I'm in chat while you guys are collabing.
Okay. Motherfucker, get out of the folder.
Welcome to the cool kids table.
Welcome.
No, I'm scared.
Don't be scared. Literally, don't be scared. I'm literally manually moving models by numbers. This is very hard.
Oh, do they not do groups anymore?
No,
if you
it's
would
just
like
that,
to.
My OBS sources don't. You know how in OBS when you go to move something, there's a little red box that you can click and you can move it.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
I downloaded a plugin that makes things 3D. I'm sure you guys have seen the 3D effect panel thing going around on OBS. But it makes
that a
it
thing?
so
I have
I
not.
can't move it anymore.
I have
Oh.
no idea what you're talking
Oh,
about,
Lord.
Me
actually.
either.
Shit my pants. I'm gonna shit my pants.
Yeah, no idea.
Oh,
But
Lord, I have
if
to
you
add
want your
all
little
of you
Fuji
guys.
text to still move while you're muted on Discord, what you can do is just turn everyone down instead so that it'll still move on
Yeah,
stream.
right click on your
Just
output.
right click your deafen button and turn down your output volume all the way, and it turns everyone down.
Yeah, you do that
Okay.
too.
Yeah.
That's usually what I do.
Don't do it yet. Don't do it yet. Don't do it yet.
No, no,
I'll
no,
do
no,
it
we
right
won't.
now. I'm never gonna hear you guys.
Imagine everyone just does it,
Why
and then
do
everyone
you
goes,
keep stretching this person out that you're moving?
I'm trying. I can't resize them either. I have to do it in the edit transform window in OBS. It's really hard.
It sounds like whatever you did to your OBS made it worse.
I know. I
Yeah.
regret. I was for science, for innovation. The plugin was cool, but it's sucking ass, and I don't want to restart OBS.
I'm suffering a little bit.
Goes.
I gotta add all of you guys here.
Yeah, no, same. I'm like, fuck me,
I was
man.
like,
What the heck?
Oh,
Why is this my...
Lord.
Okay, my Fuji tech thing's being weird.
I like how you're like framing the boobs.
A little bit. Well, at
Yeah,
least
I like that positioning.
I'm using the
Wait.
group theme like for Fuji tech, but for some reason 2 of you are just like separate from the rest.
Is there a way to do group, my guy?
yeah, it's the legacy
different.
thing.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Oh, I have to pay for that?
No,
No.
it's just
It's more fucky wucky than it
It's just
used
at the
to be.
very bottom.
Very
Shims,
bottom.
No, Shims, you
Yeah.
gotta get bigger. Bigger! Bigger, Shims.
Bigger.
Oh, I see it. I see it. I see it.
You're just stretching
Big
it out.
smart. Okay.
Scoot,
Oh my-
scoot, scoot.
Oh, I don't know
Get
why
taller.
it's not.
The dragons must be next to each other because I think that'd be cool.
Browser.
Oh,
Why is this
bigger.
not working?
Group. Okay.
Bigger, Shims.
See?
I've distorted
that
Shims
didn't
at
do
this
it.
point to a point I don't
Just
know.
make him really wide.
Okay, I think I know what to do.
Wider.
Do this.
Wider.
Do this.
Ghost, do I have your consent to make Shems wide?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Mm,
Oh shit, he's in the call.
that
Oh
mean?
no. Nothing.
Why
Don't worry
did-
about it.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it.
Nice.
Can this be faster? It
Wide
can be
Shems,
faster.
Wems.
Wait, am I about
I'm
to?
just
Oh my
loving
gosh.
me staring up at you, Elaine.
Maybe too wide.
Too
No,
wide.
That's
Oh, wait. No, I can
actually-
fix this. Hold on.
That's perfect.
Oh wait. No.
Good. Is that everybody? Is that all of the people? Yes, it is.
Probably not.
Oh.
To be honest, probably not.
There's
There's
so
Shems in the
many
back.
of you.
So fucking big, brother.
That's perfect.
You gotta go in the back. You're covering the
I'm
top.
suffering from success.
All right. Now I gotta. Oh no! You're like 1,000,000 times wider now. Why would you do this to me? This is how it's gonna be. No one's gonna know when you're
Covering
talking.
your
Right?
screen.
I refuse. You get it. You have to stay like that.
Wide.
You got.
You gotta
Back
stay like that
cover
now.
your screen.
Oh yeah. Aw, Shems, you son of a bitch. What if people want to see my very cool gameplay, Shems? Come on.
No, they get to look at me.
I'm doing
I'm
the
cool
group
too.
thing on mine before I start, and these guys are just all little guys at the bottom. You're like little beans.
Yeah,
Oh,
mine's
so
the
That
same.
might be. I might just give up and do that at this point.
That's what I'm doing because there's so
No,
many.
There's too many of us.
No, I refuse to
It's
give
not
up.
enough.
You're almost done.
Hello, dog.
This would have already
Oh.
been done if you didn't have the plugin.
Yeah, I
for
didn't have the
whatever.
stupid plugin that I thought would be cool for science that I didn't end up using anyway.
Okay, I think I got my Fuji tech sorted out. There.
Yeah, same.
Good job.
Science.
Okay.
Okay, I need to pull up the
I need to
game.
get Buster.
Oh yeah, I need to
in.
launch the game for the first time.
It's okay.
Mood.
The
Mine's a
lobby isn't
second.
even open yet.
Yay.
Can't wait
Oh
for my
my
ears to
lord,
be
you're all tiny.
get
I'm
blown
really
up.
this small on my
Right.
screen. I don't think you all need to be larger.
Okay, wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Oh, shit, back to the
9.
damn thing.
Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, Okay, 7, 8. I can't count.
Why
I
is
can't count.
why is Sheb so far away? You know what?
1, 2, 3,
Actually,
4,
I'm
5,
leaving
6,
it like
7,
this
8, 9.
just because it puts
1,
Shebs
2,
as
3,
far
4,
away
5,
from
6,
me as
7,
possible.
8. Okay. Boop.
Where? What is
that.
this? Go away.
Oh, I have to do all my settings in game.
Where is the lad sources? Copy.
Let's see.
Paste. Ooh, son of a bitch! I gotta do it again.
There's this random browser source sitting on top of my screen, and I have no idea where it came from. Great.
Transform.
Okay, I think I got it.
Squish. Squash.
Okay, I think all my shit's
Squish.
together.
You know, there's no rush. Especially because
there's a lot of rush, actually.
I'm panicking.
Why would you say that? Why would you say that? Why would you
Finish
say that?
right now.
Panicking. I'm having a panicking.
Hello, it's Mabel Hal. Hello. Welcome on in. Like a name. Okay.
Yeah, I posted your stream in my server.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate
Oh, is there a stream together thingy majiggy?
In 10 seconds.
Yeah.
Probably
Gotcha.
more like 5 minutes.
Because I gotta start my stream, honestly, and like I don't start mine for like 5 minutes.
Okay, there's that. That's a good thing
all
that
the
we got in
seconds.
here 30 minutes early, hot chat. Stream.
Let's see.
Together. I need to do the other thing.
Hello, Coco.
Here, I'll start mine now. Hold on, I'll mute myself in here.
What else was I supposed to be doing? Oh, opening the game.
Hi, Panda. Hi, Hal.
The ghost shrimp. The ghost shrimp. It's the ghost shrimp because it's the only. The one, the only.
We're still doing a little bit of setup here, so.
Yeah. I'm kindly saying there's way too many of you for me to be like typing in all of your names. It's not happening.
Chump change. That's a skill issue.
I made my own like command to have everyone's Twitches, or you know.
It does it automatically if you guys are like streaming together.
Yeah.
Oh, great. That's a lot of
Not
effort
all of
still.
us are going to be streaming though, and I want everybody's names in here. And this is a testament to me remembering everybody's username. Mr. Shems.
Good job, Elaine. I believe
1,
in you.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then I need indies. Yes, indie.
Indy will be a little goat boy.
I hope that it's still the
What's Indy's
new
name on
mode today. The new place today.
Oh. You know, ghost me. What's Indy's Twitch name?
Oh, you don't have to tag him. He doesn't stream or anything.
I'm gonna stalk him.
Okay, it's just his regular name all over Discord or anywhere else. It's just Indie Ritz.
It's Indy Ritz. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna presume it's the one with a cat, because that's the only one that says Indy Ritz. Boop. Whoa, Womble, you got 8 out of 8 too? Oh my god.
I did it.
I have to write that. You did
What are you?
it. I'm
What
so
are you?
proud of you.
What are you talking about? What do you
No,
mean you're
that's
updating? You're updating Peak right now. Why?
Oh no.
Where did Jack
Oh.
go?
It's okay. It's not a big one.
I'm just fucking
Bob,
died.
no.
No, Shams.
Yeah, he's gone now.
No.
Oh, there he is.
No. Oh. Okay, we're good.
Never mind.
Yeah, my
Okay,
Discord's been
nobody
acting up.
panic.
Okay.
I'll panic quietly.
Okay. That's okay.
Opportunity.
Panic on the inside, just like always.
I make it big enough to put Shems under my overlay, and then Shems is hidden. It's just you don't see Shems.
Okay.
You don't want to see the cute blue little guy?
Alright.
Yeah.
Good job. You got it all set up. Now you have to actually start the game.
I have to do the
Now,
settings
the amount
though,
of
right?
war crimes that Shems is
Yeah,
committing.
go to your settings.
I'm sad. I'm sorry, Teeny. But it's
And
okay, you're gonna
then-
roll so many d20s.
I thought you were gonna change your settings, so why did you close
Oh,
out?
I thought it was in the game settings. I thought, oh, fuck.
No, you have to do it before you start the game.
Okay. Okay,
Okay, I'm in the
Okay.
stream together now.
lobby mode.
Yeah, I think it's in general, and then you put it to where like it's open, and then your friends can join. That's good because like if someone crashes, it'll let them join too.
Makes sense. Okay.
And also, you don't have to invite us. We can just join off of Steam.
Yeah, because I think I have everyone. Yeah, I have everyone on Steam. Okay.
I'm joining now.
I'm sitting here suffering a little bit. The game is automatically like, hey, guess what? You're not streaming this. No, you're not.
Stand far away.
You might want
So there's
to mute.
I'm gonna stand far away from you guys, so there is none for me.
Oh, here, I'm gonna turn my Discord down, so I'm not getting double hearing.
Okay. Oh my god,
Personally,
Hans,
I
make sure
like
to bring Bing
hearing
Bong to the
everyone
peak. I
double.
love him so much. He died in lava last time I saw him. Okay, I got it. I will be in charge of Bing Bong.
Okay, I think. Okay, I can no longer hear in Discord.
Okay. Okay. Actually, I'll mute Discord for stream so you guys don't get the duplicate, but I get the duplicate.
Well, this is nice.
I think so.
I don't
yeah.
think it matters anymore. I think they fixed
I got
that
the-
bug.
Oh,
I forgot we became gnomes
I'm
last
doing
time.
it. I'm doing it. I'm climbing. Oh my god.
Hello, princess. Oh, wow.
How to play? Okay, I'm figuring out.
Why? To be
Oh,
cringe
wait.
is to be free.
Hey Elaine, how's my
The
volume
what?
in game?
Wait, show. What'd you say, Gore? The lobby? If you go to your friends list on Steam and you find me, you can right click on me and click join. Should be like join game or join lobby. Yeah.
Hello.
Hello. Oh, you're a little pink boy.
How do I sound in game?
You
by
sound
the way?
good.
Is it good?
You sound good.
Okay,
You
good,
sound
good. Just wanted to check.
Yeah. We can do sound checks when we do intro, so everyone can like
Oh yeah.
make sure.
Is there a way to change your character?
Yeah. So with the passport, if you hold left click, you can change colors. Yeah.
Perfect.
I'm gonna go start my stream, so I'm gonna mute myself everywhere. I'll be right back.
Okie dokie.
Mhm.
Hello.
Hello.
You're just such a nice looking gnome.
Thank you. You're
Oh my god.
a
I
cool
love the
looking pilot
customization.
cowboy.
Cowboy. I'm a cowboy. I'm a
I'm a
cowboy,
cowboy,
baby.
baby.
I'm a cowboy, baby.
I'm a cowboy,
I'm a
baby.
cowboy, baby. Okay, then be yellow.
Oh wait,
1, 2,
we gotta
3.
see if I can do
What the
this.
fuck? Moira has really cool horns. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Where'd you get those horns from? Boogie?
What?
You get them for being a
Orange.
winner.
For what?
Being a winner.
For being a winner? I'm
That's
not
why
a
I got the
winner.
gold. That's why I got the gold.
Aw.
Are you seeing the same thing I'm seeing?
I don't go all the way.
What?
Yeah,
What's
you
happening?
have to beat
What is
everything.
going
You
on?
How do
have
I
to
look?
beat the,
What's wrong with Shems?
I don't know.
Oh god, he's ugly! Just
Oh,
kidding.
No
Not
gems.
just it's you, Lane. You're like glitching around everywhere,
we do
and
tend
your
to
voice is glitching too.
Is that happening for anyone else?
I think it
Nah,
might be me. I
game's
might have
fine.
to rejoin.
Okay.
Look at this. Look at this.
Thank you for the follow, Jaywagoner.
Yay! Thank you for the follow. Thank you for following.
It sounds so warbled. It sounds so warbled. Okay.
Whoop.
There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Rejoin real quick.
Okay, sounds good.
Oh.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Wait, I can't count. Where are we missing? 1, 2, 3, 4,
Oh,
5,
that's
6,
it. Oh, I can crouch.
7. We're missing
Mm.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Oh, rebind controls.
8.
Oh, you're normal. Thank God.
Oh!
Yippee.
Hello. Oh, I can hear you in Discord, but I can't hear you in game.
I think we're missing one person.
Is this my push to talk?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, I think we're missing Buster. Yeah. But they muted themselves on Discord, which means they can't
I am
hear
approaching.
me.
I'm gonna try.
I am approaching
Ow,
in
wow,
your
wow,
general
wow, wow.
direction.
Oh, okay, I have to hold down to bind to mute now. Okay, that'll be better. I wish there was a toggle.
Yeah, toggling would be
Yeah,
nice.
that'd
Yeah.
I'm gonna be
I do like the gnome hat a lot.
Oh my. The emotes are funny.
Oh, hi, Betsy.
Look like you're about to poop yourself when you do that one.
Rah.
I'm still working a little bit of that. Oh, shoot! I gotta do the stream together thing.
Yeah, I put it in the couch. I put it in the couch or the round table. Yeah. Oh, you look at you. You're so beautiful. I want to be
The
beautiful.
round couch.
Don't touch me.
The round
I want
couch.
to be beautiful.
You can get it. You just gotta.
I will do my
bounce on
best.
the
It's cause
mushroom.
yeah, you gotta balance on the mushrooms.
This is
It's gonna be
Yeah,
hectic,
I
little
jumped off
followers. I
the
love you
top
guys.
of the mountain onto the mushroom. That's how I
Oh.
got
Okay, we're missing Buster. Missing Buster. I think Buster's game's still updating. Hi, Bumby.
Makes me feel good.
Wee. Wee.
Change it now.
Whoa.
it.
no.
I gotta look at it though.
Here we go.
Shimmy, shimmy, shimmy. Shimmy, 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 yeah. Shimmy, shimmy, yeah.
I look
shimmy,
like
shimmy.
I'm about to.
Wait, if you do
fucking-
this, if you do the flex emote, you're gonna look like you shit your pants. If you hold R and you go to the next page, there's
Which
one in the
one's
bottom right that says
flex?
flex. Arr.
All the bugs.
Well, you know, sometimes you gotta use the bathroom on the mountain.
I'm
Crying
doing
at
this
people.
little
Is the
guy.
99? Is this 99 Nights in the Forest song? Yes, it is.
We're peeking.
We peek it.
I think the only.
Wanna play basketball?
We gotta wait for Butter.
Daddy's favorite brown song.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm gonna turn my output volume down in here. So now we all hear the same
Only knows
thing.
about, like,
Don't do it, don't
an
do it,
hour
don't
for
do
us
it,
to
don't
see.
do it, don't do it, don't do it. Oh, my head.
typical.
Yeah, I just woke up an hour ago.
I'm being bullied.
I'm gonna break your glasses.
No,
You
please,
Do you have
please.
glasses?
No. Ah. Ow, 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 ow.
I was always scared of
Yeah,
playing
that's
like
very
basketball and
true.
stuff because they would break my glasses in school.
Damn,
Mic
that's
closer to your
mean.
mouth.
Well, it's not like
Is
they would
this-
do it on
is this good?
purpose. I
Is
just
this-
like
is
wouldn't
this
catch
close
it.
enough?
Fair,
Then you
fair.
have a beautiful voice.
Okay, word. Hi, condemned. She's
I've been
speaking.
getting
I'm.
Okay.
way closer.
Ignore.
Yeah,
Ah!
yeah, no, perfect.
Where is Buster? Buster.
Alright, you're
Buster.
sounding really
Buster.
close, and I have you all the way turned up. and,
Buster.
They
I
deafened
had
themselves.
my mic like below my
I know.
really low.
You good?
Oh,
Just do what I do. Move them around a bunch. It's like you're ringing their doorbell.
So many people.
Oh, is
Like-
that how that?
Like the
Oh, I guess
storm-
I could
the
then.
storm-
I moved them
Scout
around the
house.
Discord a bunch.
Hope it was
and
back
then you might join us.
Oh, they
a
undeafened.
little later.
Oh yeah. I
Oh,
forgot it.
oh, wait, hold on. Let me undeafen too. Hold on. Buster, you okay?
No.
Understandable. We'll be here. The lobby is open. and then we can play.
Yeah, they should be able to join in the middle of the game if they're having a hard time. Okay,
Yeah, but we gotta do intros. We gotta do intros in the airport. Intros in the airport.
yay.
Intros in the airport. But we gotta wait for Buster, so not intros yet. You could go back to playing with
No
the balls
intros
if you
yet.
want.
What the fuck?
Hello.
Oh.
What do you mean?
I have the ball.
Well, no, because we're gonna do them in the airport. Ow! Who the fuck was that? Who did that? Who did that? Who did
That
that?
wasn't
Excuse me,
me.
who did that? You sure it wasn't you, boy? You're the one with the basketball. You
Like,
sure
there was
about that?
another ball. I didn't do that.
Well,
I just
I'm
ran
pretty
into
sure.
you.
I'm pretty sure it was the one with the basketball.
No, there's another basketball. Someone threw
I'm
it.
pretty sure it was the one with the
Arms
basketball.
wrist. Oh my
I
god.
haven't even thrown it. I haven't even thrown it.
Pretty sure.
Can
it
you
was the
still
one with the
glitch
basketball.
outside? I don't think so.
Got you.
I don't know. Ah! It was you! It was you!
See?
We don't want to screenshot.
Ow!
Wait,
What the
hold
fuck?
on, hold on.
Ah!
I gotta send you this.
No, don't catch it. Don't catch it. Stop. Don't get. No, stop. Ah! Ah! Mm.
You're cheating. How dare you catch it?
Release me. Link, come
Wait, not that one.
Release me.
Ow. Whoa.
I'm crashing
Give me a
out.
little hug real quick.
I'm crashing out.
This one.
Okay.
Give me a little hug real quick.
Nya invasion is cute.
There you go.
Yay! We're hugging.
Oh, hello.
Woohoo!
Gotcha.
Oh,
So what
Come
did
on.
happen? Are they still updating?
Ah! Nuts in my
Oh, wait.
face.
There you go.
Come on, we're going this way.
What the hell?
Oh, I'm gonna get so confused between Miyu and Moira because you're both green, and fairy children.
Well, I have
Oh.
I got a flower hat.
Hey, you got the
so it's
hat.
not
You got the
brown.
hat. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You got the hat.
Yeah.
Go.
And I have
Elaine.
evil intentions, and they
Elaine.
don't.
Elaine,
Yeah. Yeah.
Elaine,
Yes.
I
No.
told Indy whenever he's ready to just pop in and join us.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Okay, good. Thank you.
He said he'll be ready about an hour or so.
Right, no rush.
I'm not fighting it. You take me, baby.
Oh, hi.
These things can't fall
Your
over,
model
so you
is
can
fine.
infinitely stack them.
Oh. Your model's really fighting it.
Why don't you fall over?
Oh.
How come every time I try to throw something at someone, no one falls over?
I'm sturdy.
Ah! What do you mean I fall over?
Yeah, throw a basketball at him.
You got weak legs, Elaine.
Please,
Oh,
I
dodge.
can't help it. I'm around all of my friends. It makes me weak in the knees.
I have an idea. Grab this basketball. Grab that one. I'm gonna throw it at you, and you're gonna throw it at me, and we'll see. Alright, ready? 3, 2, 1.
He banded
I thought we were going on go. I thought we were going
Why
on
would we go
go.
on go? We have never gone on go before.
Nom, 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 nom.
3, 2,
Damn, it's gonna be crazy.
That's gonna be great.
Keep them down. Keep them down.
I look forward to this.
We just need one more scout for our flight, and we will be ready.
I will not
Yeah,
hesitate.
Oh my god, he
Yeah.
blocks it.
yeah,
What do we do?
yeah, yeah.
Really soon.
I missed.
Bing bong. Bing bong.
Just watching all the chaos as I try to eat.
I'm also
eating.
eating. I'm eating apples.
I make my spicy noodles.
Wait,
Yum.
can I?
No.
Hi, Bing bong.
Oh.
There you go. Ah,
Bing
Wait,
bong.
come
Will we make it?
Okay. Come here.
Bing bong.
No,
I think
got it. What?
everyone should try to fit into the
Oh, the take a picture? Yeah, yeah. Well, wait, when Buster gets in here, we'll fit in the picture booth. You're trying to tell me this is peak entertainment? It is.
Oh, a bin.
Oh.
Right where I belong.
I forgot to post it.
What's going on with your computer?
Oh.
Is it updating? You could close it in Task Manager. If you go to Task Manager and find Steam, you could force close it and then reopen it. Sometimes that helps.
Fuck.
Oh, my hands are cold. Don't. Oh, hold on. Gore, say something in game?
They said something earlier. I heard them.
No, I can only hear you in Discord.
I heard them earlier.
Ow! If you go into settings and you go into audio, you can change what microphone and if it's on voice activation.
I swear to God, I
Escape.
heard them before
Press
they
escape.
said
And
they
then
talked
settings.
to their stream.
Oh yeah.
That's what that sport is, right? Hold on, come on.
Yeah, that's sport.
I can't even knock them over. They're invincible.
It was because I was saying that?
Alright, now post Booska.
And then push to talk? voice
Yeah, either way.
Voice activation.
Voice activation
unless-
is easier.
I
Okay.
prefer voice activation.
It works now, though.
I think
I can hear you in
working
game.
now? Okay, thank
Yeah.
God.
Hello.
I was like,
Good job,
it's
good job, good
broken. Cool. Okay, let me mute Discord then, like I was before.
Okie dokie.
Okay, good.
So Steam opened and now it's updating peak. Cool.
Ball. How do I grab ball?
Balls. You have to catch it.
Oh.
There we go.
Well, not with your face.
How?
We're getting basketball going on over here.
Oh.
I'm back here, ball. Back here, ball.
It's E. You have to press
That's
E.
better game.
I don't play on the controller.
It's E. Oh.
I don't play on the keyboard, I play the controller.
Oh, I don't have any idea then.
I don't either.
No,
Because I can't use my keyboard.
Why can't you use
There
your
could be other
keyboard?
floors.
I have issues with my hands. Yeah.
Me too.
Oh, I got it!
It's okay.
Okay, so it's X. X is hold ball.
X for Xol.
Okay, X is ball, and then I think Y is to throw it. Okay.
Wait, can I hit myself in the head?
B,
Mm,
X.
boop, boop.
What does this do? Let me see.
No.
What if I could stand over there?
X is
Nope.
cut.
Aw.
Oh, okay.
Fuck.
So X is to pick up. Y is to throw.
No.
Oh, nuts in my face.
Whose side is scuff? Oh yeah.
That was
no,
straight up nuts in my face, Moira.
I have like, issues with my hands, so most
Oh,
of the games I hope they have controller support. I can't use
Whoa! Oh!
Games I can't play 'cause of that.
That was
I
scary.
don't like telling people this is embarrassing.
You should make a channel point that people can pay channel points to make you backflip.
This is amazing.
That sounds stressful. I already have a hard time surviving as it. Oh my god!
They can pay channel points to have you backflip off the thing.
That's fair. That's fair.
Oh.
Oh no! What happened to Ghost?
Ghost crashed.
Okay, that's
It's
okay.
okay. They should be able to just join back.
They took the ball.
Yeah,
with
they'll
them.
be able to come back. X is pick up.
They took the basketball with
Y
them.
is
Oh yeah,
It's
the
a
ball's
ball.
gone. No.
E crouch.
Oh no.
A jump. E crouch.
Damn.
This is gonna be very disorienting, but I want to try it. What?
I like the
Oh.
I like the fairy outfit, but I
Oh,
want to
that
be
made it go
special,
much
so
faster.
I'm gonna pick a
I'm
different
learning
outfit.
control. And
Okay.
the
Oh my
stick
gosh.
is for me.
There we go.
Hello, Elaine. Your
Oh.
Elaine.
I what?
Your name tag
What?
disappeared and you were replaced with Elaine for a second.
I'm in here.
That's so weird. You have
What's wrong with my hands?
you have
I
Moira's.
have nerve damage
tag on your head.
The tips of my fingers.
Moira, where are you?
Arms, so it's really hard for me to
That
feel.
is me.
Like I can't feel.
Wait,
my
what the
hands.
heck?
No, it's not.
So I don't type really. I use one of my fingers and kind of glide it on a flat keyboard.
You
What's
can't tell me
happening?
who I am.
I can't feel them.
Well, yeah, but you didn't just join. You've been in the thing. Yeah, you're
you
up
can't
here.
tell me who I am.
Okay, fair,
That's why I
fair,
brought
mamas, but still.
Right? I can't hold pens or like stuff. It's a little
Okay.
nicer with a controller because I can use the pads of my hands and hold the controller. and then I use the balls of my
gotcha.
thumbs to move the keys around.
Yeah,
But I can't like do hard button presses or anything because I don't feel it.
Oh, you're
Alright, I'm only in Discord, or only in Peak now.
Shit.
Alright, there we go. I am now you won't confuse me for anyone else.
That's why sometimes I move
Chat,
your
watch
games
them
probably
play
like
basketball.
like really slow.
I don't think I
It's 'cause I have
with
to,
the
like,
look at you're so
register
shiny.
when I'm
So
doing
cool.
stuff.
Okay, everybody's here now. Let's do introduction. Or let's get in the plane. Get in the picture booth. Get in the picture booth. Get in the picture booth.
We're gonna do things.
In the picture booth, lads.
Hold my handouts this way.
Laddies. In the picture booth. In the picture. Get in there. Ow! Ah.
Too much green.
Get in the picture booth.
Oh,
Get in
I
there.
was trying
have
to
a
go and do
Google.
something really quick.
It's alright. Yeah, no,
Well,
yeah. I just feel
Me you. Oh, we can push her. We can push her.
Oh wait, okay, let me hug her real
Alright.
quick.
Yeah, hug her.
Green
Hug her
is
in there.
a boring color.
Come on, alright. Let's just
It's not a great.
Getting in that picture booth one way or another.
Oh, wait.
Get in the picture
Green
booth.
is not
Get in the
a
picture booth.
creative
Get
color.
in the picture
I'm
booth.
trying to not get in
Get
the way.
in the picture booth.
sit right.
It's in the
Get
back
in the
question
picture
out.
booth.
What is happening to me? Why am I just?
You
Get
squatted?
in the picture
Why,
booth.
why am I busted down?
Uh-oh.
Okay.
Okay.
Mew.
I'm pushing her in here.
She'll get there somewhere.
I like literally got up to get water, and then I hear, okay, get the catcher booth. I'm like, well, I'm 10 feet away, so.
I pushed you in.
Yeah, no, I hear you. I heard your efforts. You did a great job.
Thank you, Pookie.
Hey.
All right. Everybody got their spots.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Get on top of the thing.
Yeah, I think
Get
I
on
know.
top.
Why am I standing so wide?
All right, can someone click?
Wait,
Can someone click the
wait,
button?
if I crouch, I'm just.
Oh.
All right, there we go. We're doing it. There we go.
Oh wait, you're pushing me.
Oh fuck.
Woo!
Ah,
Good job, team. Good job, everybody. Great. 10 out of 10. Okay.
I got in one of them.
All right.
that was
The
good.
plane is now boarding. If you could come one by one over to the boarding so we can do introductions.
I'm first.
Okay.
Coming.
Okay, well,
I don't want to be
don't-
first. Wait, it's introductions. I don't want to be
Okay, yeah, this is
You
introduction.
can go first. You can go first.
No.
Hello, welcome,
Yeah,
welcome
okay.
aboard the flight.
You're going
Please
first.
state your
Oh my
name
God.
and what you do.
Hi, I am Miu the mermaid. I am the mermaid from the sea who wanted to make friends, so she came to land, and now I play games with all my friends, like the beautiful, wonderful Lane.
Oh, thank you. Please board. Mwah, please board. Thank you. Okay, hello.
Hello.
Please state your name and what you do. Yes. Thank you.
I draw. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Welcome aboard. The fuck is a line doing all the way back there?
Guys, come on, form the line, form the line.
Welcome, Daddy's favorite brown sauce. Would you please state your name and what you do?
Hi,
Well,
I'm
that's
Awambo.
brown
I do
sauce.
art, and I lost a bet and I had to change my Steam name.
Understandable. Welcome aboard. Enjoy your flight. Hello.
Thank you.
Welcome on in. Name and what you do.
I'm Nuclear Me. I'm an artist. I like to draw and vibe. That's about it.
Welcome aboard. Enjoy your flight.
We'll enjoy my
Hello.
flight.
Name and what you do.
Hello.
It's okay. Don't shit yourself. It's all right.
No, hi, I'm
You can go
Kozia. I'm a crazy dark entity demon. I'm also one of these crazy phenomena you call a gamer.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Rare.
gamer in
Rare
this
commodity. Welcome. Welcome,
I do,
sir.
I do all the games and stuff. I like.
Well, welcome
also
in.
my first collab in ages, by the way. So I'm
Yeah.
terrified, but I'm also
Come on
excited.
in, Yeah.
Oh yeah.
All right, come on, lollygaggers. Shems, Ghost, Buster, come here. All right, name and occupation, please.
Okay, I busted the cough alien. I'm just known on the internet as a woman lover. That's it. That's all there is. Like,
Okay, sounds good. All right, Shems, the name and occupation, please.
Shems, I'm a cheese factory worker and occasional Twitch streamer.
Okay, welcome on in.
Is
Thank
it
you.
too quiet? My bad.
Hello, name and occupation, please.
I'm the ghost shrimp or arrow ghostbuster or ghost or whatever, and I do this.
Whoa! All right, let's go.
Whoa.
Amazing.
I think I got everyone.
I think we're good. Oh, wait, Elaine, your turn.
Yeah, your turn, Elaine.
I'm Elaine, and I am the pilot. Let's us go.
Oh,
Let's
no.
go, guys. I don't know.
Let's go. I'm gonna be the best pilot ever. I'm such a good pilot. I got us to our destination. Or
I
not.
don't think Elaine finished school.
Oh.
Oh
So-
Oh my god, what happened?
I might have lied on my application.
Which difficulty are we on, Elaine?
We're
Just
on
space?
default. Default.
Okay. I will take the backpack.
Elaine put
Okey-dokey.
themselves down as a pilot, but they're actually a conductor.
There's another backpack friend. I want it.
They pilot
That
train.
that sounds like a
Try to
really
pilot
smart
a plane
joke.
like a train.
Whose dumbass crashed the plane? Me. I said I was a pilot, but I lied on my application. Do you think they'll still
I'm
pay
an
me
actual
PTO?
pilot, and I think you did an amazing job, Elaine.
Oh my god, thank you.
Calls, everyone. I don't think you
Alright.
worked there long enough to get PTO yet.
Oh, okay. There's so many
You know,
of us.
stupid
This is cool.
corporations.
This is so cool.
Apple.
Ow.
Blah, blah.
Blah blah blah.
Oh, there's a lot of apples.
Blah, blah.
I'm gonna go
Blah
for
blah
apples.
blah blah.
I bet you won't touch that.
We're going on a this? This? You bet I won't touch this? Oh.
I've got to
What was
resist
this?
the
Spooky.
urge to climb all the way up
Oh.
there by myself.
Oh, why did you do this? Why'd you do it again?
I don't know.
Why'd you walk into it? Alright, let's go, champs.
I bet you won't backflip into the jellyfish.
Oh wait, okay, well hold on, that takes coordination though. Hold on, wait. That and then wait, no, I have to oops. Wrong way. Oh no! No! It's not what I meant! Ow!
That was a front flip.
Yeah, I have to face away from it, right? Let's find the face away from it, and then this one, and then wah! I like the noise it makes. Thank you. Alright.
I found a toy.
Found a toy. We love that.
That's not a
We
toy.
love that. We love
Not
that.
a toy.
Yeah, but no, it's a toy.
It looks like a toy.
It's not a toy.
Yeah, see
That's
something
a-
you want, you
that's
just
all-
grab it.
That's a big tool for a big boy.
I'm
Actually,
a
my
big
anal
boy.
expander.
I thought you were gonna say Magnum Dong for some reason, Shems.
That's my magnum dong.
Looks like I dropped my monster condom from my Magnum Dawn.
Is something happening over
Can we easily lose each other?
there? Very easily. Very
Oh.
easily.
Oh, I'm sticking with someone
You-
for like the
If
entire
you want to
ride,
stick
'cause-
with experienced people, I would highly recommend Shems, Moira, or Miu.
Okay.
I'll be trying my best to stick with the group this time instead of soloing it.
I mean, I understand if you want to go kiss your Pookie. I get it, you know. Just, you know, try to stick to somewhat of a buddy system. Ow! Son of a... Ah, that hit my knee! Ah, where did it even go? I can't even eat it now. It's gone. Oh, wait, there it is.
Oh yeah.
What?
I want to eat it.
We're taking bets
Taking bets? Oh.
on who's gonna die
I've done
first.
enough of that today.
Oh, understandable.
Probably
I bet
me.
you on myself.
I could say Wumble.
It's probably gonna
Oh!
be
My
me.
first time playing, I'm absolutely gonna die first.
That's okay. We
Nah,
got this.
I think it's
No,
worse
no,
than I have
no.
a
We
total
take
shirt.
care of it. We take care of
We
our
got
babies
this.
here.
Yeah, we got this.
When you
I
when you
died
first
at
play
the
the game, you're more
beginning of
cautious.
Tenderfoot. I don't think anyone. I think I'm dying first.
Oh, look at them moves.
No, no, no,
Get it, girl. Get it, girl.
What are you? Any sleep? Any stamina?
What the fuck, dude? My cat's just knocking shit
Yeah.
over.
Bro, that was my cat like earlier. She was like jumping on my shelf and being like, "I like this." I'm like, "No, why? Don't eat that fruit. It's a bad fruit. It's a
Oh,
poisonous
is it?
fruit.
Green is
Don't eat
bad, red and yellow are
I
good.
hurt myself.
Okay.
Yellow's really good. Give you lots of stamina.
Green is good.
poison only lasts a little bit. Hunger lasts.
If you click right, if you click your little right hand, which is the right, mouse button, you can help pull people up when they're climbing.
Oh.
So, like, if you try climbing this, I'll hold up my hand, you'll see it.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, good to know.
Yeah, so if someone's like, help me,
So,
that's what you'll do.
Okay, I'm gonna go get gore. You guys keep going. I'm gonna go get gore.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm coming.
Yeah.
How's it going, Scout? Hello.
Just trying to figure it out. Oh, jeez.
No problem. Take your time.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I might dip.
Huh?
I might dip.
That's okay. Yeah, if you're
I'm hella
overwhelmed, it's okay. Yeah, no, that's okay. Your
Is
mental
it
health
just,
is
like,
the most
leave?
important.
Is it just like leave?
Yeah, it's just the leave button.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
I think
I'll
we
invite
just
you
as,
for a
like-
smaller collab next time.
Okay, I appreciate it. No problem. It's just
Of course,
yeah.
of course. No, I get it. It's okay. I love you,
Okay.
Gore.
Love you too, Lane. Bye.
Bye. Okay. Now we gotta catch up. But that's okay, cause we're pro. We got Bing Bong. At the chat's request, we have Bing Bong. And we'll make this. I have no doubt in my mind. Alrighty, where are we going? Where are we going? Okay, so that part. I think that's Shems. Shems, is that you climbing currently?
No, it's stick shit on.
What?
Hey. Is that Shems over there?
Yeah, Shems and Moira already went up pretty high.
Okay. Climbing, 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 climbing.
I'm just looking for a good place to bust my ass. That's really what's going on here.
Oh.
The fog rises.
Yeah, so now we. Yeah. essentially.
timer?
Kind of,
Yeah,
but
a
it's a
little bit.
slow timer. It's okay. We'll be okay. Riley Bob plays. Thank you for the follow. Walk on in. It's okay. Don't hyperventilate, buddy.
Run, run.
Take my hand. Take my strong hand.
That fucking character is so cursed.
Us busters
Oh,
Oh my
I got some jelly.
Are you gonna have enough stamina?
Oh shit! What the fuck? How'd you get ahead of me?
I got
Lunge. Got you.
I just caused you. I thought he was below me. And he came above me.
Oh, I'm burning fast.
I'm doing it.
Okay, I think we gotta go this way.
You.
Might not be a good idea. This isn't
Alright,
a
we
good
got him.
idea.
What are you doing?
Hey
This
guys.
ain't a good idea.
Oh,
Us
Jesus.
busters gotta stick together. I'm Iroh Ghostbuster and you're Buster from Clover. We gotta stick together. Why am I using an accent actually though?
Where are we going? I think we go this way.
idea. Why are y'all following us?
Why?
I thought they went this way. What do you mean? Did they not go this way? What do you mean?
We're
What do you mean?
right now. Elaine, help.
Okay, hold on. I'm here. I'm here. Good job. Good job. Good job.
Oh,
Wait,
Good job, Ghost!
rescue.
I'm fine.
oh.
Where's Buster?
There's a little ledge here. We're fine. I'm good.
Okay. Yeah.
Where?
What we got up there? Okay. Okay. If you go that way, I'm pretty sure that'll lead you good. I'm gonna make sure that these guys get up here.
Okay.
want my money back.
Oh no!
Oh no!
Get you! I was gonna go
Nah.
Hi, Mia.
I asked them where you went.
I asked them where you went and they didn't reply. I said fell, but no one heard me.
Oh, I didn't hear you. I'm sorry.
Are you okay
I'm
though?
a rescue.
You-
What are you
Oh.
talking about?
I'm only a teensy bit hurt. I'm fine.
Okay.
I stubbed my toe falling down there trying to get back.
I fell
Are you
down.
okay, Mia?
Yeah,
I hit the ground.
I don't know how I would have helped, but I would have. Oh, excuse me.
Okay, I want to see if this is a thing.
Like there was
I don't think this is a thing. This is not a thing.
Sonny, I'm coming. Ah!
Oh shit.
Oh,
Oh,
you
I
bumped
made
your
it.
nose.
Uh-oh. This is not. Uh-oh. I'm going down. Bye.
Oh no.
Oh, okay.
I couldn't do it, man. I'm hungry. I'm hungry.
I'll go down.
Oh, I could like boost you. I could boost you.
Wait, hold on. I think I got
And
this.
boost. If you jump on my head, I can boost.
So,
Oh, thank you.
Jump on my
really?
head.
Oh shit.
I'm so hungry. I'm gonna die.
Everybody else get over
thank
there.
Yeah.
Oh, what the fuck? How did Womble do that? What the fuck?
He did it how I did it. You went up and then jump.
Oh.
You gotta
okay.
take a
I'll
leap.
stand over here.
You gotta leap the thing.
Ah!
Okay.
I
Doesn't
got
matter.
some yummy
Is this
food.
doable? No, that's not
No,
doable.
I'm an empty
Ow.
packer.
I think we got it.
Hold on.
Hey, Kazuya, don't.
There's a jellyfish up here, so
Wait,
be
what?
careful.
Don't make my mistakes.
Oh, okay. Okay, well, I'll move out of the way. I don't wanna.
Oh! Oh my god, you're so
All right,
strong.
Kazuya, I got
Hi,
you.
Moira.
So strong and beautiful.
Hi.
There you go.
I need to eat something.
Oh, there's coconut. There's a coconut.
Oh,
there's
coconut.
right here.
Yo.
Yum, yum,
Put the lime in the
Alright, that
coconut.
means I can eat mine then, since there's some food.
You need a coconut?
If you don't need it.
I do, but it's fine.
I got the bean.
Oh, thank you.
The bean.
the bean?
I got the bean.
Oh my god. Trail mix. Don't mind if I do.
Everybody jump on this.
Oh yeah, pro tip, if you jump when you're leaping, it can help negate a lot of the fall damage, but only to a certain distance.
Do you need food? I could break this for us.
Yeah, everyone would like share.
Oh,
Well, no, you still would have died.
I think I'm too weak. Chuck it out my
I'm
head.
just gonna hurl out this rock over
At
here.
the campfire.
Oh,
Yeah, I figured.
Yeah.
They're all
Yeah.
about speed. We're about
Nom,
teamwork.
nom, nom, nom.
Nom, nom, nom.
Yeah.
Shems is about getting up the Scoutmaster's ass as fast as possible.
Yeah, but with Moira here, he can't do that because she's fast too, so he don't get to see his husband.
Yeah.
I think you can still see him as long as not everybody's up there.
A little bit.
I
No,
saw
you
him
have
when I
to
was
be
up there with
alone.
him one day. Really?
Like if they were separated, like if they were still a good distance
I'm going
apart,
this way.
probably.
I feel like
Oh,
we
hi,
can go
guys.
this way, chat.
Nah.
Look at that.
Oh hey, no, Shems is right here. He's fine.
Oh.
Help.
Do
Yeah,
it.
or
You can do it.
Standing up there
Oh, no,
menacingly.
I want that chest.
Oh.
I'm gonna go get that chest, guys.
Okay.
Okay.
Just be
Oh,
careful.
there's
Come
two
on,
of them.
DFBS. You got this.
DFBS.
I'm glad to make her laugh.
Mine. No.
What the fuck? What the fuck? What's wrong with you? Why do you want to steal, bro? Why don't you like me, Shems? There's another chest right there. You could have had that one all to yourself. It's right there.
It's okay, Elaine. You go get that one, honey.
Okay.
Oh my god, who threw that? You asshole.
I didn't throw it. I didn't have it.
Oh, that's Moira up there.
Do they have gills at the bottom of them?
No, these are good. You see, you say that now. Now I
Can
don't
you-
believe you. I
Look at
think
you.
it's
Yes.
entirely you.
Yes. Yes. Okay. I need someone to hold this, not Shems.
I'll hold it.
I got
I
my
don't.
backpack
I don't have
on.
an inventory slot for it anyways. I don't want it.
I'll hold
Fuck
it.
you,
Fuck
I'm
you.
probably gonna
Fuck
use it when
you,
I fall. Really.
asshole.
You're gonna die later.
Happy belated. Whoa! Whoa! Oh my God! I have been threatened. I've been threatened. I've been threatened.
I was privy to the you're gonna die later.
B, where are you?
statement.
B,
I'm
I'm gonna say
sorry.
goodbye to my wife before I get murdered. Oh, ow!
Oh, good.
Oh,
There's
no.
a little notch right here.
Hey, what's up? How do we get up? How did they get up? Oh, they
You
do it
can
that
use
way.
the-
I think I'm just gonna
you
go
can use
across the
rescue
bridge
thing
and-
Help.
to get to the top.
Oh, thank you.
I'll go this way. Hi, Star.
Alright, I'm
Welcome
here. I
on
can pull
in.
up.
I was taking into
Cupboard.
Lebanon.
I'm
Why
not
did I
taking
start
this
it so
Cupboard.
hard? Oh my god.
This was dumb. Oh no. Oh no. Oh.
Oh, no.
Oh. Oh.
No.
Oh. 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 Okay. I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm okay.
You need a lift?
Hang on a second. No, I think I got. What do you come
Yeah,
back down?
I'm just gonna go across the bridge and climb up that way. It seems like a much better way.
I feel like there's like a ledge here though.
You might be able to stand on a ledge here.
Huh.
Can
No.
you stand here? No, I guess not. I could go around.
Elaine, go next to the cannon. Go next to the cannon. Alright, you ready?
Yeah,
Come
right.
here.
Yeah.
You're wasting my rescue claw.
It's okay. I have another one. You can have mine. There are so
Oh,
many
no,
people
it's
there are.
okay. It's alright.
No, you can have it. I have Bing Bong, so you can have this.
Oh, very wrong. Hold on, wait, let me.
Nah, we're going. They're just being silly.
Yeah, we're just being goobers.
What are we doing?
Being goobers.
Hey, Shabs.
What?
Go over
Hang
there.
on.
Grab Kazio.
So
I don't know how to get up here.
Elaine,
Claudia, you need help?
Huh?
there's
Are we over here?
for eating 3 wieners really quickly.
Eating what?
For eating 3 wieners within.
Okay, I'm coming. I can eat wieners so
was
fat.
wondering-
I don't think.
I
should
was
do this.
wondering, could
No,
some of us try and get
I'm not
that
sure how to
during this?
get around
There's
here.
like a
I want to eat the
really
wieners.
here.
I'm gonna eat the
I'm trying to
wieners.
get that one.
I'm gonna eat the wieners. I don't think I have enough
I
stamina
never
for
play
this.
with
This
enough
way.
people to be able to get that one.
Well, that's fair. I should have spawned. I should have had it spawn extra. How the fuck?
Quickly, we can eat all the wieners before they even get up here.
I'm trying. It's really hard. I'm really slow.
They can be uncooked. Tell her she needs to get up for the wieners.
The wieners. The wieners.
Oh my god.
Run! Alright,
The
I got you,
wieners.
Wombo. I'm right here.
The wieners.
Go, go, go.
I must
gonna
have
eat all the
wieners.
wieners before you can even get any.
I'm gonna consume so much wiener up here. Going up.
Okay.
Wait, but I only
Elaine.
have 1 wiener. I only have 2 wieners. I need someone's wiener.
Hey.
Shems, donate.
Hi.
That's a.
I want to become a man. Let me be a man today.
You can
Let
have
me
my
be
wiener.
become
You'll
a
get
man
revived.
today.
Once they're all up
No.
here.
Yeah.
Alright, Elaine, I'll let you have it on this go.
Thank you.
Alright, get ready.
We got hot dogs now? Yeah, we got hot dogs now.
Yeah, get ready, get ready.
Damn. Wait. I get to watch the weenie be eaten?
Yes.
Okay, do you have all your hot dogs ready, Elaine?
Yeah, I got 2 hot dogs.
Okay, eat them both quickly.
Eat. Eat.
Nom nom nom.
Give. Yay!
Yay!
I don't know what it'll give me, but I'm very proud we did it.
Your life's on easy mode now.
Alright,
Ooh,
here's
yeah,
the
you
extra
got
hot
those.
dog.
God damn! God damn! We got a hot dog.
Don't you love
I want a
having
backpack.
extra weenie?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I dropped that to make room for the wieners.
We're good.
But yeah, you'll be revived once everyone's at the top.
Everybody
No, I
here?
can get dead body forever,
Oh.
fine.
We have
I
to
want the
make sure
coconut.
everyone gets up.
Yeah.
Run,
I'm
run,
so
Are you okay,
Get the
wife?
coconut.
Yeah, I'm
I
good.
want a coconut.
Okay. Just making sure.
Get the nut.
Alright, you light that fire. I'm gonna get Buster back.
Oh,
No.
Lord. Oh no.
Oh, Elaine, you're too far. We can't light the fire.
Oh.
Oh, sorry.
Buster's back.
Oh.
Give me.
Yes, you're your fire.
Hi. Hello.
Why's my used item not working?
Oh, because you have to
I
break
changed
the
my
coconut.
mind.
You have
You're
to break
dying.
it.
Oh, you have to break it? Oh.
Here,
Oh!
hand it to me. Drop it. Watch this. Drop it.
Move that back.
Aw, it's dropping. This is not the fairy
Oh.
forest.
Watch this. Chucks it onto their head.
Oh, what happened to Garoma? Could they not come back?
They got overstimulated, so they left.
Valid.
Yeah.
There are many of people here.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Onto the
So-
tropics.
so does that-
Onto
Well,
the
it would
tropics.
be many, but
So-
2 of them like to climb ahead of us and get to the top because they think it's a race.
Ghost.
One
I
of
need
them
to
right
know
there.
What that means.
I think you guys are just suffering a skill issue.
Or we like to make sure.
I think you're
everybody's
suffering from
together.
murderous intent. What is wrong with you saying you're gonna murder everyone?
I didn't say I was gonna murder you.
That's it. I'm jumping. Wee!
Oh,
Do a flip.
Uh-oh.
Wee.
Everything's fine. I'm good.
I want my
Oh.
mommy. Mom, help.
You gotta jump and hit E.
When you get to
Jump
the
and hit E
vines,
on
you
the-
press E to grab them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go.
And then
Good
jump
job,
down
Kanye.
and grab this tree.
Oh,
This is
and then
fun.
when you get
Wait.
over to the
Got
tree, you just press the space bar to jump and like
You okay?
grab onto it.
You very hurt?
There you go, there you go.
Not very good. Just a
I've
little
got a
bit.
I've
Get more hurt, let me know. I gotta make it.
Like actually go instead of walking.
Alright, Lelaine, give me the med kit. You gotta heal
I've got a
Buster.
medicinal root.
Okay, I got it.
Yeah,
Oh
climb
no!
this.
I watched that happen
There
in
you go.
slow mo. I was like, they are gonna kill themselves.
Like, breaks your fall
Here, let me, Elaine, I'm gonna steal this from you so I can pull people up with me.
Okay.
Alright, come on, guys.
Oh, yeah, that berry. I'm gonna get the apples.
Are you still hurt? Or did that med kit heal you all the way?
Medkit heals you full. Medkit's a full heal.
Alright, come on, Big
Alright.
Bong.
Keep up with me. Come on.
Yeah, they're
come on,
hot
guys.
dogs now, and I got achievement for eating hot dog. Yes.
You
I'm
can
the
press
fastest gobbler of the dog there ever did see. I can swallow 3
You're a
hot dogs in
dog
5
gobbler?
seconds.
You gobble them dogs.
I gobbled them dogs so quick.
Speaking of dogs, my birds are fighting. Hey, quit that.
Speaking of dogs, my birds are fighting. So beautiful here when it's not raining, and I can see.
You do know, like tropics.
I don't know where Miu went. Oh, watch out, watch out. There's a puffball here. There's a puffball right there.
Oh.
Yeah. Ooh, are those hot peppers? I'm gonna feed one of those to Shems. Threatened my life. Oh, it's
I heard.
Are you guys hungry?
no.
Hungry.
Yeah.
Well, I could eat.
Cow nuts. Right here.
Oh my god.
Boy, I see
you know, some
mushrooms.
coconut.
Coconuts. Ooh.
do
Can I have
love
a
me
coconut
some
slice?
coconuts.
There's 2, 3 coconut slices? I
If
saw
there's
3.
2 things I love, it's coconut.
Juan, we'll come get your coconut slice. I'll bring it to you, actually. I'll bring it to you.
I'm coming.
Here you go.
There you go.
I think my accent.
The random accent I do is infectious.
Ooh, shell.
It's just in my bones. It was the way I was raised. Are these good mushrooms? Good mushrooms.
When I'm playing this game, it just comes out, man. I don't know. I don't have an accent any other time but only when I'm playing this game.
I just like being a cowboy from time to time.
I need it.
What? What?
What the fuck? Where
I
did
hit
you
my
come
head.
from?
Oh, the medicinal
Good.
root that I took from you?
Yeah, I need it back.
Oh.
Here, no, I got
Preferably
you.
in
I
my
got you,
stomach.
Shems.
I will
I got you,
trade
Shems.
you.
Here.
Shems?
Here, Shems.
Yeah?
I will,
Shems, come here.
I'll trade you. You no, not me! I will trade you. You give me the blow dart, and I will give you the medicinal root.
How about I give you the frisbee and you
Nope.
get the medicinal?
Oh,
root?
no!
The blow dart. The blow dart.
Elaine!
I'm sorry, he kept moving! God damn it. Fuck you,
Now
Shems.
I'm hurt
I'll
and
find
on
my own way
fire.
up.
Blow dart, you say?
It's just your spicy.
Yeah, you got one.
I don't have one.
Spicy.
You do have one.
Oh.
I don't know how to go up from here.
No, I
Where's
don't.
Miu? Oh, there. Okay, there's Moira. Where's Miu?
Oh,
I'll trade you 2 energy
That's
drinks
it.
for the blow dart.
I already
Miu?
got
Gone now.
I don't know who's got a blow dart.
No.
Who
Yeah,
has blow dart?
No more. Shems
Shems,
does.
maybe?
I'll trade
Where's
you
my
2
wife?
energy drinks for the blow dart.
Miu?
I already got one. I don't need two more.
Fair.
No.
I also want to use it on Elaine.
Have you guys seen Miu?
I have not. Maybe they're
I
above
can hear them in the
us.
Is that
distance.
her up there? Is that her up there?
I
Yeah, I
think
think
that
so.
is.
Maybe.
Yeah, that's
Holy
her.
shit! Hi,
Oh.
Miu.
Hey.
Hi. Okay.
Alright, let's get going.
We gotta hurry before
We're
the
burning
I'm not
daylight.
even-
We're burning
I'm not even sure where to
daylight.
start with this. Like, I'm
Oh, you
genuinely,
fell on
like,
my
looking
head.
at her.
Yeah. I use you as a boost.
Get off of me, you fiends!
Oh,
No,
jump, push
Yeah,
shift.
that hurts my
Huh?
feelings. God.
Oh,
Jen,
oh no,
Still
no,
missing.
wait,
Come on.
reset.
Mew?
It's okay.
who yelled? Who yelled? Boogie? Are you dead?
I didn't get hurt. You're alive.
Look at.
I was fully alive. Is he dead?
Oh, clip. I clipped.
I'm coming, Mew!
I'm coming! You're not holding the button. I'm not holding the button.
We gotta go save Mew, Ghost!
Last person I trust. You gotta hold the button. You gotta hold the
I'm
button.
coming, Mew!
Oh no.
I also need one, but he needs one, obviously. I got you.
Here, have this though. You take this.
Everything okay here?
Oh, thank you.
Are you
I
okay,
stole it
buddy?
from
What
Shem.
happened?
We both missed the vine. Yeah.
I landed on the vine, but because it was near the rock, I like hit the rock
Yeah.
as I swung down.
Anybody need food?
I
Food
also
help
hit
either
like
of
the
you?
tree. It like hit my butt.
Aw.
I had a kickberry. I ate one.
You need some food at all? I know I can't heal you,
That
but
was funny.
Yeah, I need a little bit of food. If that's okay.
here you go. There you go.
I don't know where my
Alright, let's
items
go.
went.
I picked
there-
them up. I picked them up.
There's an energy
Oh,
drink
okay.
I
right
don't
there.
think I grabbed the
Oh.
I didn't grab the energy drink. I didn't know where that went, but I have.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
right over
I
here.
see it.
And your rope.
Right here.
Energy drink's right there.
There you go.
Thank you.
It will make you, if you drink it though, it makes you fast, but it makes you sleepy at the end.
Yeah,
So
I
be
was
careful.
okay. I was like.
Yeah,
400
Miu's
times, but I
been
fucking,
explaining
like,
some of those items to me.
Cool. Yeah,
It's
Mew's an
nice of them.
expert, so.
I think the best way is the way they're going. Yeah, you gotta climb the trees.
That was oh my god, that on my screen that looked horrifying. I've never like fell like that before.
Yeah, some of these falls are pretty gnarly. Go this way. I hope we get the forest because like there's like 3. Actually, I don't know. Maybe was this one supposed to be the forest? I can't remember now. I don't remember. I have to ask me, you know. No, I have. No, I think it's the third map. So, ow! Don't step on these spikes. Ow! Ah!
Oh yeah. Oh, I see. Go this way.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Go.
Yeah, you got this, guys. I also have a chain gun if we need it.
All right, go around.
I got rope.
You don't
What does
touch
the energy meter at the bottom do?
That's extra stamina. So that's like kind of
Okay.
like stamina that you'll get once, but once you use it, it's like gone unless you like eat more food to get it go back up.
Ah. So it's reserves basically if you like
Yeah.
need to really climb.
Yep.
Good to know.
To be fair, we have played this game quite a bit, so.
You got it.
Okay.
Oh, there.
I think. Yep, there you go. You don't have to trust it, Kazia. You're gonna have to trust it. It's not gonna look like it.
Bye.
Oh!
Whoa. What?
Me
No, you're safe.
almost dead.
They stressing me out than that. They're stressing me out than that. Thank you.
Other than
They're stressing me out that they're me. Oh!
No, it's okay. Come on, we got it.
Come on.
The new forest biome replaces the third biome, right? So like it could be next.
No, it replaces this one.
No, it's this one.
No!
Yeah, it wasn't it today.
You can check which
that
one it
everyone?
is. No, I think they're still down there.
Wait until it stops raining.
Alright. If you
Oh,
don't
right
want to
there.
do it anymore, I need you to get it somewhere where I can see you.
I'm fine. Is your health good?
no.
Yes, no.
This is like the
No.
fourth ball.
No, it's fine. We got it. We got it. We got it. We got it.
Here.
You gotta. Oh.
Yep. It's
You
very
gotta trust.
Look.
You gotta
Hurry up.
trust.
Hi.
You gotta trust the jump.
Look. Okay, first things first. Don't move.
Believe
Oh, not me.
the
Not me.
heart
Not
of
me.
the
Not me.
jump.
Not me. Not me. Buster.
Not me. It's me.
Oh, you're both named Buster for me.
I'm
The
Iroh
green one.
Ghostbuster. The green one. The green one's the one that needs
The
one
green
of
one.
these dance.
Oh goodness.
First things first, we'll kill you. Now you need to do exactly what we're doing.
Uh-oh. Hi, Momo.
Oh no.
It's going to
Hi.
look like you're not going to be able to make this jump, but you will.
Don't,
You just
please,
run,
I'm sorry.
jump,
Please.
and grab.
I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to.
It's okay.
Wait,
Listen.
you got it.
Oh,
You got
oh.
it.
Don't, you need...
Grab.
You,
Come on,
okay.
you got it.
Yum.
Next time,
Mm-mm.
next time,
My-
don't,
tell me.
next time, don't run into the tree part.
I got it.
That part
I
of
think
it
it's
will kill you.
because yeah, I think it's buy one get one free,
Tried
but
not
also
to.
because I have 2 instances of OBS open. I think.
I
come on.
tried not to.
And now just
By
climb up.
accident. Oh,
I don't have enough
there
stamina.
you go. There we go.
Yeah.
There we go.
Hey.
Everyone up. Everyone up.
Yay,
go.
we did it. We're doing it.
There you go.
Go team.
I don't know
survived.
where.
Go.
Oh, yeah, this way. Yeah, they probably went up there. I think they went
took
up
this from
there.
Shams.
Oh, good, good.
Nice.
Now we just need to get his blow dart gun.
Yep.
Oh shit!
Oh,
I almost
okay.
just fell. I don't want to talk about that.
Good job, everybody.
Anybody got a funny
Ooh.
little snack to eat?
There's a rope
I have
here.
apples.
Yeah, we had a
Oh,
little
take one.
poison incident, but we're fine.
Yeah, there's another one. Careful.
Apples.
Apple.
No.
Be careful, followed by the immediate.
Hey guys, yeah.
Oh, you will slip on that. You should get that away.
Oh,
No, no, no.
No. Don't stand on it.
Okay.
You okay?
Ghost, can you carry that backpack?
Uh-oh, guys, what happened?
Yeah,
I don't know what happened to guys.
Oh wait,
I've
I want
got-
an
I've
achievement.
got
Leave him
milk.
down there.
Oh.
Leave him
Oh, no.
down there. I need an achievement.
I've got
Thanks,
some
mate.
milk he can
Okay.
have if it helps the poison.
Well,
It doesn't.
Aww.
Or maybe it's not the best area. I need to be able to see him because I want to use the claw at max range. Wait, pick him up. Don't let him like pass out yet.
Oh, okay. Here, I'll carry the backpack.
I need to
I
know
don't
what's
wanna-
max.
here.
I need to know its max range.
It's all the, you'd have to go quite a bit.
It's not that long.
Are we surviving, chat? Yeah, we're surviving.
Except
We're
Coach, I mean,
surviving.
This, I think this is far enough.
let's
Okay.
see that.
See him is the real
Where's
question.
They're
Don't
over
drop
there.
him
Here.
because I don't know if I can see him.
Okay.
Okay. I think this might be good.
Oh, he's up.
Oh, oh.
Uppy.
Oh, he's up.
I hope
You
it worked.
ruined it.
Oh.
Uppy.
You ruined it. Alright, let's
It
go.
must have just been
Alive.
it must have just been poison.
Oh,
It was poison. It was from the explosion.
From the fart ball.
The fireball.
The only thing that's permanent is your health damage. Everything else can go back.
How'd I get back down here?
What did you do? We went up the
I
rope.
just fell and then I fell really freaking far.
Oh
What do you
no.
mean you fell? What do you mean you fell? Okay, no. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Go to the rope. Come up to the rope. Grab the rope.
I bet.
I help you up here.
I don't know if I have enough
just say,
stamina. I need
I
to
don't
wait for
think
the
I can
poison to go away.
It's okay. Take your time.
Oh.
There you go.
Yep.
Yeah.
There you go. And then now you turn around and you jump on over.
Ah.
All right. Now you can go up this way.
I was just seeing if there was stuff because
No.
I was hurt, but now I'm not
And
hurt
you go-
anymore.
Yeah, I need a
Hold on.
way. I can't get out yet.
There you go.
See.
Now we
I
go
mean,
this way.
technically, it will go
And now our
up.
I
friends
can
are
go
gonna
up
help
here.
us up.
I can grab.
Thank you. Thank you. I keep wanting to say the full username because I see it, and then I'm like, thank you. Just repeat myself.
No. Oh, I almost had you.
Wait,
Wait, Elaine,
Yeah, try again, you got it.
I gotta go deal with dinner, but I'll be back in like,
come on.
like 5 minutes, and I don't want to like
Come on.
bring you guys down with me. So
You want me?
That's fine.
do you want to take this stuff, and I can just jump
Alright,
on the
I'll try one more time.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, turn around. I'll put it
Moving
in
over
my
here.
backpack.
Thank you.
Ow.
Alright.
I know that's
Everyone,
you're planning on doing.
I'm leaving.
I'm sorry,
I'll be
We
back.
love you, Ghost. We'll wait for you at the campfire, okay?
I was like, I'm
sorry.
Oh, wait for the rain. The rain takes more stamina.
I could try and go another way.
No, just wait for the rain. The rain gives you the stamina.
I got you. One sec. Oh.
What's that? Oh.
There's a shelf.
Oh.
Oh, cool.
I just kept climbing up.
I appreciate the help.
Good job.
Thank you.
No worries.
Oh.
Who's having a hard time getting up?
Kazuya slipped, and Ghost had a BRB, so they died.
Oh, okay, cool. I was like, why is there a ghost watching me?
Because they had to go make din din. They went to the food room.
No!
Are you
okay? Are you okay?
You clawed me. You clawed me, and I could have grabbed like onto the left, so I just fell off.
That does suck.
Where's Wombombinino?
I'm over
He
here.
was right behind. He was with me for a second.
Kind of want that honey.
Poison.
Yeah, so that's on you.
I want that honey.
I ain't touching bees.
Bees.
I wonder if I could throw this
I'm
book
very
at it.
hungry.
Oh.
Ow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That didn't work.
Remember, poison.
You have a tick on you?
What?
You have a tick
No,
on you?
I ate a green apple.
Oh, okay.
It didn't work.
Oh.
Okay, well, good enough for me. Oh, Miu.
Oh, nope.
Oh shit. Yo, those bees going crazy.
No.
Hi.
Aya.
Yeah.
Oh! Kazuya, no!
What? Why?
Run! Run!
Run, Kazuya, run! Run, Kazuya!
Just run!
Why am I being attacked?
The bees.
In its closest proximity.
Yeah, anyone near gets it.
Come on, bro.
Go away, go!
I'm going. I have a ride home, and they're just already screaming nice.
Oh no.
Whoops.
Buster, run! Just run! Just run! Just run around!
I have so much poison.
I'm not gonna lie, this is not an easy climb.
Nope.
Elaine,
I have to.
Elaine!
Oh no! Ow! Hey, there's a medicinal root down here. I'm good.
Oh, Elaine.
Do the bees go away?
They usually do! Oh my god, they're ruthless.
Oh, now they're on me.
What is this?
Run, Wombo!
Guys, are yellow cluster berries good?
Yeah.
Yeah, all berries are good! Not all berries. Green are still hateful.
Hey, what's up, Womble?
Hey, I was getting attacked by bees.
Valid.
Buster's fainted.
Fuck.
Oh no.
Well,
Oh no.
pick them up.
Oh no, they're okay.
Oh, they're up.
Yeah. They'd be fine.
Oh,
it's
hello.
just, you know, poison.
Come on. Come along.
Okay.
Come
I have
along
like the
with
energy
me.
of a baby as they're
As
going
we
down for
climb
a
up
nap. So
this tree. Thank you.
Nice.
Did he just fall back down?
Yeah, because he grabbed
Oh,
up
shit,
here,
sorry,
and then I saw
Kazuya.
him do a 360 and fall back down.
Sorry, Kazuya.
Sorry, I was too
food.
busy laughing.
You
Turn around.
got
I
any
know.
food?
Go around?
Go the way you
Go-
went, Elaine.
go around?
That was the right way. You just slipped. Go.
Okay.
Go that way.
Oh, but this way.
Kazia needs food if anybody has food.
I'm dropping you
I
some
also
food,
need food.
Kazia.
Here, catch. Catch.
Oh yeah, no, don't go that way.
Okay,
Make sure
I
you
dropped a
stand in
honeycomb, but I don't know
Yep.
if you saw it.
got it.
Did you get the honeycomb?
Oh no, he got a box of cookies.
Cookies.
Make
I
sure
think
you
I'll
get
this way.
Lots of people can use it.
Who
Oh yeah,
else wants
that's
cookies?
awesome. Look, there's a chain.
I fucked up.
You guys gotta climb up and get the chain.
Where'd my honey go?
Go around. Go to the right. To the right, where I'm pointing. To the right, where I'm pointing. That way. That way.
I pointing
Oh, I see, I see.
up there.
Where's my honeycomb?
I went that way.
I was like,
I.
My honeycomb.
Who else, who else needed food, by the way? I still have some cookies left.
Oh, I could use some food.
Oh, here.
Thank you.
I used the vine right here. Go up here.
Oh yeah, that's smart. Yeah.
Where am I looking at this?
Oh, God damn it.
Hey guys, we just gotta get up one more. Just get up. to the chain.
I mean,
Yeah, this is the part we couldn't get up.
No, green person that's climbing. Go to there first. Look at my finger.
I look at finger.
Okay, I can help you guys up.
First, and then there. Nah.
They were all the way over there.
Yeah, look
Okay,
thank
good
you.
job. And you go. I don't remember. I'm poisoned.
There, I see it.
Oh no.
No.
Oh, fuck.
Hey, Kavia.
Hey, you want me to do your boost?
The boost would help. Thank you. Please.
I got. Oh
I didn't. Well, I didn't get hurt, so.
no! Oh, I do have a tick on me. Kazia, get this tick off of me.
Wait, where is
Get
it?
the tick. It's on my leg. It's on my leg. Get it off me. Get it off.
What
You
do I
can
do with
cook
it?
it and eat it. If you keep it, you can cook it and eat it later. Here.
Oh, yeah. Ugh.
How fall? What in the world?
Do you need food?
I more like need bandages.
We don't have any
Wait,
healing.
hang on.
Do you have bandages?
Ticks are friends, not food. Not when they're poisoning me, Bunby.
I don't know if that will help them. I don't think that will help them.
You can do it.
I was thinking about that where the chainsaw.
No, I can't because I keep pushing the wrong button.
Oh.
Yeah.
Sit here and wait.
I will give them a boost because I just have poison on me and that'll go away. Oh.
Okay. Oh.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Finally.
Okay, good job. Okay, so now we gotta go to our left. We gotta hold on and go to the left.
Oh, fucking hell.
It's very short. Hi.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's not so bad.
You guys finally made it. I came over here to give you guys help.
Yeah, we're doing it.
You can climb on this while it's raining.
Oh, Kazia! Oh, that was
wasn't
Buster!
me!
Uh-oh. Sorry, you're both green. Sorry, it could have been either, to be honestly. Smiling Critter Freedom. What map rotation today? Today we have this place, the jungle place.
I don't think they're making it. If they took damage, it's over for them.
Yeah, no, I took damage, guys. Getting up there, not happening.
It's time to gend it.
Oh. Okay, that ain't happening. I do not have the stamina for that.
Oh no, you're on the poison!
Okay.
Fine, I'll eat this.
We believe in you,
Oh,
Kazia.
I don't think I'm making it.
Oh.
At least you made it
Well,
a cartoony
we
form.
did everything we could.
Honestly.
Kazia, no!
We must leave them to their own devices.
Yup.
I can't look any longer.
Oh, the humanity!
Think up here.
Hey,
I gave up.
that's okay.
I was holding your hand while you were dying. Welcome to the land of the ghosts.
Yeah,
Welcome.
Oh
there
yeah,
was
Ghost
no
is
way I
back.
was making that chain. I had like little stamina left.
Oh, no. Oh. That hurt.
Alright, come on up, I'll pull you guys. Shift.
Ooh.
This way's pretty easy if you go around the side.
Climb directly to me, yeah.
Yeah.
Are you winning, son? Are we winning? There's
Oh.
a chest over there.
Okay.
Got it.
Hey guys.
Let me go first so I can pull you.
Oh, yeah, man.
Pull me! Elaine!
Oh. Sorry. I thought
You
you
gotta
were
wait till the rain. Yeah, wait till the rain's
Yeah.
gone.
Boy, you're in the long way
This game's
down.
fun.
Pretty
Oh yeah, Peak is awesome. Too bad you didn't get the new area. The new area is really fun.
No, it's so fun.
You can check the airport on which area is out.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Do you need a boost?
I need a little boost.
Okay, there
There
you
you
go.
go.
You got this, guys.
Elaine, Shems is touching the statue.
Shems! Go yell at him. Go yell at him. Yell at him until his ears bleed.
Come this way. Okay. Okay.
Got you.
All right. I'm using your chain launcher.
Oh,
I'm using your chain launcher.
Oh,
Use
okay.
the rope,
There's a
guys.
rope. There's a rope.
Rope.
I have plenty of stamina. You don't have to worry about me. There's
What's your problem? What are you missing? What are you missing?
Health and food.
I have an apple. We're almost...
Hey,
Stop.
thank
Don't whisper.
you.
What the fuck,
For your
Kazia?
birthday.
It's for your last day.
You're gonna die today.
No.
I've never died.
Because I can.
We're all gonna die. You're in
We're
the
not gonna
jungle,
die.
baby.
Okay.
So, for people who have died, do they come back? Oh, they do at the statue.
Yeah, at the
Okay.
statue. That's why I wanted to yell at Shems, because if Shems touches it and I die after they touch it, I can't come back.
Oh.
Yep. Which is why it's said to be Elaine only, because Elaine will wait till everybody.
What do we do if you die first, Elaine?
Then,
And we reset.
no, then it's a fight to the, it's a, what are the what is it called?
Elaine.
Then it's Hunger Games.
Yeah, what's up?
Look at the Discord right now. Look at it. Look at it. Look at it right now. On the couch. Look at it. Look at that.
Look at it get.
Shems!
See that?
Shems, I'm coming for you! Shems!
What?
I'm coming for you. I saw what you did. Don't!
Elaine versus
Caught
Shems.
red-handed.
Elaine wins every time.
Absolutely caught red-handed.
Thank you for snitching. I'm you.
Hey.
I
I love all the little ghosts floating up.
I
We're all like shades of green too.
Yeah.
So missed. All right, Shems, go touch it.
What?
Go touch it.
My
We're all
love
here
is
now.
statue.
You can touch it
My love
now.
is statue.
I'm gonna touch it first.
Okay,
What if
go
I touch
ahead.
it?
You can't. You're dead.
Actually, I think.
So you think? Ah!
There wasn't 3 weenies this time.
Just shitted me out.
I found a scroll.
That is mine.
Yeah, there's a third weenie right there.
Oh shit, there are 3 weenies.
It's okay. I won't use everybody's
marshmallow.
things. I can probably do it in a solo run.
No!
Yeah,
Oh,
I'm gonna die this run,
We're
guys.
all gonna die.
Who didn't get a marshmallow?
Mhm.
You didn't hear.
I marshmallow.
Buster, did you eat one?
I got nothing.
Everybody
Okay,
got
but
one?
it's
Okay, yeah,
Buster's.
this is yours. There.
Okay, then.
Marmallow? Get marmallow?
I get one.
I ate mine. I ate one already.
Eat it.
Everybody get marmallow? You got marmallow?
I had marmallow. You can keep the marmallow.
You got
Keep your
marmallow?
marshmallow in
I
case
had
you
one,
need
thank you,
food.
though.
Yeah, keep your
Kaz-
marshmallow, baby. Do
Kazia.
you want me to
Kazia.
hold it?
Backpack?
Oh,
Backpack?
no, I got it. I got a bag. I
Oh.
got an empty backpack and an empty food.
Oh shit, I gotta cook my apple.
How
I
do
have
I-
an apple.
Got it. Actually, I gotta eat it because my hunger is
Wait, I
happening.
can't pick it up.
Yeah, I was
Oh,
gonna say,
there you
make
go.
sure to eat.
Yeah.
Make sure to eat.
We're all in jeans.
I'm making chicken and dumplings, and my entire house. is
I'm
like, on
ready.
fire.
Chicken dumplings, chicken pot
I
pie,
managed
chicken
to make it to the
dumplings,
top
chicken
simply
pot pie,
because
chicken
I
dumplings,
managed to
chicken
get
pot pie,
revived
chicken
one
dumplings.
time.
I hate this map.
Oh, hell yeah.
Is this one bad?
It's hard.
Oh, it's cold.
Me too.
Yeah,
Oh,
there'll be
can you
blizzards
get-
that happen intermittently where you'll get cold, and it's just like any other status effect. If it overrides your health, you'll
Weather
pass
effects.
out.
Ew.
Yep. But I don't know. This one just feels harder, I guess.
That definitely looks like a climb for sure.
There's capybara. Oh, we should have brought the horn. Fuck. Oh, well.
It's because I had it, I died.
Oh, that's okay. If that's the case, that's fine.
Ooh. Ooh, my frames are dying a little bit.
Probably because it's loading in the new area. Wouldn't say this game is exactly optimized.
I was like, oh, yeah, let me stream this. And then everything shit itself. So then I was like, you know what? I'm not streaming this. Oh, I'm cold. No, like
It's safe over here. It's safe down here.
Get down here, get down here.
Yeah. Yeah. See,
Wow,
it's
I
fucking-
just got so cold.
Yeah, it'll go away, but like, it's aggressive.
Yeah.
Be aggressive. Be aggressive.
Aggressive.
I don't see them cappy babbies anywhere.
No cappy babbies. There's some loot
It
over
might
there.
be low, if anything.
Is anyone still hurt?
Is anybody still hurt?
I'm like,
No.
I still my toe, but it's like not a big deal.
Oh, son of a bitch!
My toe is stubbed. Ah!
Is anyone hurt? Anyone at all?
I don't think not in
oh
this
yeah,
group.
when we say like our toe is stubbed or we hurt our toes, it usually means we have like a little hurt.
Yeah, my little. No, not enough for that. Not enough.
Oh.
Ah, that's that good
What?
shit. That's cool.
I was. This is good shit.
Yeah, so that was the remedy shroom. It's like an AoE heal if you throw it on the ground.
Oh. A big fart.
A healthy fart.
A helpful part. I got a portable stove.
Oh, nice. Me too. Oh, this was dumb. Ow.
Oh, hi, Moon. Oh yeah, I read your thing. I was reading your thing. I don't know if I replied to it, but that looks like a nice daydream. Hi, Moon. Oh, in my crawl. He crawls.
I'm over here!
Not crawl.
When you're holding onto the wall and you don't move, you regain your stamina now.
Oh shit.
Hey, wife.
Wait, what?
Wife.
Yeah, like when you're climbing and you don't move. My stamina was regaining when I did that.
Oh, mine's
Really?
not. What?
Hey, you want a balloon? Kazuya, you want a balloon?
A balloon?
Wife, I have a gift for you.
Oh, checkpoints? I'll take
This
it.
is for you.
Checkpoints are great.
Yep. And then you can have that.
What's the balloon do?
Yeah.
If you have enough, you have like you're really light on your feet when you jump and stuff.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, now it's not doing it, but it was before.
Yeah, I don't know.
Wee.
By the way, I know what these mean now. You place them down, and then whoever placed it down when you die, you'll revive in that check spot.
Ooh, cold, 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 cold. Jesus Christ, cold. Ooh. Give me that. How you doing, Big Bong?
I guess so.
Okay. That wasn't really an answer, but alright. Bing Bong, are you having a good time?
Please don't.
Okay, never mind. Hi, Shems.
Hello.
How are you doing health-wise?
Pretty good.
Cool.
Yeah?
What? Everybody okay? Hey, Kazuya, how you doing?
I'm surviving.
We're here safe.
Come down here. Come down here.
I'm down.
Come down here.
Where? What's down here?
Grab it.
Oh, I was fine up there.
It's fine up
Oh,
here.
you're fine. Never mind it.
Yeah. Ooh, food.
I died twice already.
At least you care.
At least I care.
That's what-
I was like, hey, crevice.
There's food in this tree.
Food. I demand sustenance.
Okay, well then come get some. You nub.
Need help? You okay? Need help.
You guys don't need to come up into the tree.
Need help?
Oh my god.
What part of need help do you not understand?
There's one right. Okay, then if you help, then you get this one. Get that one. Pointing at it. Get this one.
You say
Right
that
there.
word like I can see
I'm pointing at it. I'm pointing at it.
Okay.
It's right
It's
there.
like right. It's like right there. Like
It's right there.
there.
It's right there.
Oh, okay, now I see the lid.
It's right there.
Give me
Yeah, it's a bit
Yeah.
hidden there.
Yeah.
Mumble, where are you?
Almost right
I'm
there.
over here.
Hi.
Hi. Get it.
I keep getting distracted and falling down.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Give me
Sorry,
it.
good job.
Oh.
Hey, I got it though. But I
Good
got
job.
it though.
Good job.
The fog rises.
Ow!
Yes, sir.
My toe. And my butt. Oh,
Do you need a little bit of healing? I got a melody. No.
oh yes.
When you get that feeling.
Oh, thank you.
Oh.
I feel better now.
Cold. Cold.
You got a rungus.
Rungus.
A rungus. A rem.
Remedy rungus.
Among Us.
Hello?
Rungus.
Buster?
Hi.
Under there. Where'd it go? Ghost?
I'm okay. I got shoved into the Earth's anus.
Oh.
Oh,
yeah,
no.
Who shoved you?
It was not nice. I didn't want to be down there.
Well, that's understandable.
I got a magic beam.
Magic bean.
Bing.
Yay. Bang.
Goddamn bang.
Start a bang.
Hey, Kazi, do you have stuff in your backpack?
Thank you.
I have a balloon.
Mm.
Turn around.
Oh.
Ow,
Oh,
ow,
oh.
ow, ow, ow. Ow.
Yeah.
Ow.
Ghost and I learned that when it's storming and you hold onto the wall and you hold still, you get your stamina back.
Interesting.
Mm.
I think they must have added that in because the only way to really like hold on to anything in the new biome, the forest one, is the winds are like super strong and literally blow you away. And the only way to like not get blown away is to hold on to stuff. So I think they added that in to help.
Yeah, that makes sense because it's kind of hard if you're losing stamina while you're holding on.
Yeah, and especially if you don't have enough stamina.
Oh my god, Shems is helping us?
I know.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm open for once.
Hold on, I heard an uh-oh. I heard an uh-oh. Hey guys.
Sorry, we're getting caught in the
Hi,
blizzard.
Ghost.
We're okay. We're okay.
Yeah, we're just coming up. We just, yeah, you just go up there. Just up here.
I'm freezing my balls off.
I'm sorry. He'll be okay though.
There you go.
I'm raising my balls up. My tits are gone.
I'm freezing my balls off.
Don't worry, guys. I got this. Wait,
My
that didn't
balls
work.
and nipples are
Hang on,
gone.
like- I got this, guys. I got this. I got this. I'm really helpful. Wait.
Where the hell did my balls go?
Is this just because you don't want to take Shems' hand?
Oh. See, this is why I don't help.
Listen, it wasn't my. Listen, man, it wasn't my idea. It wasn't my idea. Well, it's not. It wasn't a bad idea though. It was a pretty genius idea, if I do say so myself.
Jack in the Beanstalk looking ass.
Yeah, that's what the magic bean. If you find a magic bean, that's what it does.
Crazy you would have coding.
No, thank you.
Well,
thank you.
The hero code. Yeah.
No, thank you. Alright.
Let you go first. I need to watch someone who has skills do this.
Okay, well, cause you jump
just
from
literally
there.
just climb up.
You can actually jump from there.
Just climb up this one. It's fine.
Okay, cool. Then never mind. I thought I was useless for a second.
No. This is just a regular climb up.
Ooh.
Am I crazy or do I need
What's that?
I kind of want to go dirt.
Yeah, I was gonna say I kind of want to go like this
Yeah, that's
way.
actually not bad. Yeah. Yeah, I'm going with
Yeah,
you.
you can even jump from like down here.
I'll follow. I'll just follow you, whoever.
Oh,
That's a
don't
good
follow
plan.
me.
Nope, we're going with you
Follow
now.
you? Okay.
Nah, we're going with you now, Ghost.
Oh, Wumble, what did you do?
I'm blind.
You
Yes,
blind?
are.
Oh no.
I'm gonna get you all killed.
Yep. It's gonna be great.
Oh, I don't like this. This looks worrying.
Thank you.
I got you. I'm over here.
No, this is like kind of a good path though. I'll scout ahead.
How long does blind last?
Hi, Kasia.
Oh no.
I warned you that I was gonna get you all killed. I warned you.
Okay, guys, from this point on, it's kind of I don't know if there's any more platform. Do you see any more platform from there, Ghost?
Right above you.
Above? Oh boy, okay.
Right above you. Climb right up. Up and around.
Hey, Kazuya.
Kazuya, I told you I was gonna get you guys killed.
Oh no!
Oh, Ghost!
no!
I'm gone! Ow! No! Yes!
Oh my god! Oh my god! You're still alive!
No! I don't think I'm gonna back up there, Kazuya.
Oh. You want me to let them know?
Yeah, probably. I'll try to make it, but I don't think I can.
What?
Oh. Shelf mushroom? Yeah, maybe? Maybe? I don't know if Kazuya had anything on his body. He had food.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh, Womble! Womble, no! Womble, no! No!
Wait, what happened?
No! I saw him fall down the crevice of the earth! Oh, no! Ah, fuck. Okay.
No! Because I let some of the others know that you might be dead, maybe.
Yeah, unless I can find healing, I'm kind of fucked. Hey, I just saw you fall to your death. It was really sad.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I tried to catch you, and then right as I got there, I saw you slip.
I appreciate the emotion.
Of course. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, wait, they went this way. Okay. I should have went the other way. Oops. Cold feet, cold feet. Oh, boy. How did we end up like this? I once ate 3 hot dogs in 5 seconds.
That's good. Oh,
Is
you
that all
hungry,
it'll
huh?
amount to? Oh my god, this is rough. I can drop the stuff. I could drop and get out of here. You get out of here. And then wait, if I put the rest of it in my backpack, will it be lighter? Yeah, a little bit. I don't know if that's enough though. No.
Ooh, ooh. Nice.
I don't know if I'll make. I don't know if you can walk on this. Can you walk on this?
I think it might be a bit too steep. Oh. There's someone, someone fall from behind you.
Oh no. Do they have a medkit maybe?
Maybe. Oh, look.
Oh, Elaine, you're so hurt.
Hey.
I died right beside you.
Where's your body? Where is it?
It's like down in the crevasses somewhere. Kind of next to Kazuya's, but like further down.
Oh yeah, I got Kazuya's stuff. He had food on him.
I also have food on me, but my stuff is down.
Hey, what's up? Ow. Yeah. Oh, oh, a shelf mushroom. Bro got eaten alive by rocks. He did. I will master this mountain. Probably not, but I'm gonna try.
Ain't no mountain high enough.
That's an original. I haven't heard someone sing that one. Shell fungus. Okay, wait. Maybe I can...
you guys are right next to where I jumped and fell and died.
So, Elaine.
Yo, what's up? Oh!
I need you to hold still.
No!
This is medicinal.
No, you son
This is medicinal. Trust.
No, this, you son of a bitch!
No way.
Oh my god!
It'll help.
What? Will it help me?
It'll help if her timer doesn't run out.
That's funny.
I hope none of fucking tick rides up your bunghole.
All your hunger's back, okay? I saved you.
Oh, you're alive.
Yeah. Thanks, Shems, I guess.
Oh, you got a
This
big
is why I don't
sleep
help.
though.
Yeah, but like, listen, you could have told me the plan
No.
before executing the plan. What do you mean, no?
It's funnier when you don't tell him the plan.
You doing it for the bit, Shems.
Yeah, I'm content farming.
You're content farming. Oh, Shems!
Oh no.
I'm okay. I'm okay. There's a suitcase behind you, though. You should get that.
Yeah,
I just got
I wanna
impatient.
go grab it.
Go grab it. Hi, V. What are you doing? What are you doing?
Oh.
Oh, now we both fell the same amount.
Just a little further.
What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? What? Beeg. Yeah, we're playing Bleak. It's actually safe. If you go up, it's actually fine. It won't hurt you.
I don't think I trust that.
Okay, well, let me get on your head then. Let me give me a boost. Oh, fuck, alright.
Oh.
Okay, I got this. I got this. I got it. No, please, no, please. All right, Chef, let me give you a boost. Let me get. Oh. Why would you let me give you a boost?
No.
What do you mean, no?
Oh! Oh,
Oh shit! Alright,
Ooh.
fine. Shut the fuck up.
Goddamn.
Thanks. Ow. Ow.
Are those cookies?
Oh my god,
They
I
are,
can see the sun
actually.
again.
No, never mind. I won't do that to you.
I did it. What? I'm not hungry.
Double
I had
cookies.
I had a checkpoint flag set up further ahead. I was
Aw.
planning on coming down and blow darting you, because I thought Ghost would still be with you, but nah. So I was gonna come down, blow dart you, and then jump off the cliff.
That would have been crazy. I want another berry. Gimme. Alright, I got it. Where did Shems go? Shems? Uh-oh.
Where are you?
I don't know.
Elaine, where'd you go?
I'm just at the suitcase. I don't know. Okay.
You
Okay, where are we
forgot your
going?
backpack.
What? Oh, oops. Oops.
Don't forget your loot.
Yeah, you almost left Bing Bong.
That's true. It's true. Most precious.
What does Bing Bong do?
He's like the airplane's mascot. He got divorced. He misses his wife a lot.
Damn, poor guy.
Who could ever, like, if I was married to Bing Bong, I'd be happy. I'd be set for life.
You'd be married to Bing Bong?
It's okay, Bing Bong. I'll be your wife.
Oh, yeah, okay. Hey. I can't believe I'm making it up this mountain right now. I know I'm counting my eggs in my basket or whatever the phrase is, but like.
It wasn't
Thanks,
looking good.
Yeah, you had a close call earlier.
Yeah, thanks, Chef.
Oh, is that the capybaras?
Oh, hey,
What?
you're right next to Mew.
Oh, it is.
Mew is right above you.
Yeah, I saw her
I'll-
up there earlier. I want to go get the capybaras though.
Okay. I'm not gonna go over there. I'm gonna go up. Please, 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 please don't betray me. Oh, you're betraying me. Okay. Ooh, okay.
It's probably best you didn't. Oh my god.
Look at all the chests over there. So much loot over there that we missed.
Oh.
Everyone forgot about Buster, and now they're dead.
Oh, unfortunate.
No.
Oh, so I had to die. I was forgotten about, so I had to die.
Fair. It is survival of the fittest here.
And you know what? I was like, Miyu, I need help. Like, I literally asked Miyu, I was like, hey, how much energy did it take to get to where you are? And then Miyu literally never answered my question and left me.
Well, you know, they're streaming, so it can be hard to hear people sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's fine.
I'm hurt. I'm hurt.
We all watch.
This is why I said if one person stays alive, that's it. Cause no, Just don't stop. Come on, bud. I don't know where to go from here.
I think if we go up back that way, like back where that oh.
I'm hurt, Shems. I cracked my skull while you were gone.
And I think we shimmy over to this
Wait,
side.
there's a shelf mushroom down there. Do you think that'd be helpful?
Probably. I don't have the inventory for it though.
I do. Come here, little shelf mushroom. You're coming home with me. Come here. Welcome back, Fruit Bat. Ooh, 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 ooh. Okay. Ooh, okay. I'm in a small predicament here, Shems. Am I, or am I just stupid? Never mind. I think I might just be stupid.
Otherwise, I think you can stand like right there. Oh no, you can't.
It's okay. You can stand here. How's Peak? Good. I may have made a small whoopsie earlier that Shem saved me from, but I think we're okay now.
Why can't you just like use the spurs on your shoes as climbing tools?
Oh god. Do I? That's because I'm a cowboy. I'm a cowboy. Coming. I can't wait for the which is the lava place? Is that the caldera or the kiln?
The caldera, yeah.
I like the caldera. That's a good one.
I don't know where to go from here.
If you need, we could do like a shelf mushroom below you.
You can stand over here. It's getting here. That's the issue.
Alright, I'm gonna try it. I'm afraid. Shems, it's not letting me stand, Shems. Shems! Oh.
No.
Okay, we're okay. We're okay. We're okay, I think. Please, let me up. Let me up. Okay. I'm using the shelf mushroom.
Alright, I was gonna see if there was any rope in that case up there, but it's already open.
Okay. Boop. Wow. Woo. Thanks for waiting, man. Can't believe I just realized Buster streams too. Yeah, they stream when they can. They stream art and games sometimes.
Shimmy yeah, shimmy yeah.
Ow, Shems, this shit hurts.
Yeah.
Ow, ow, ow. It's Indy!
Oh.
I don't think I can make this. Wait.
I just had like.
Wait, I have an idea. No, go back up.
massive
Go back, back, Shems.
I'm pretty sure you can just walk up here.
Oh.
Or not. But it's not that big of a jump.
Oh, I have the hot pack on me and it negates the cold from that.
Yeah.
Don't say yeah. Don't say yeah like that, man. How was I supposed to know that? Don't.
Yeah.
And you and my friend Body would get along so well. That's fine. Cold.
Wait, Elaine, where'd you go?
I don't know. I'm going the way you went.
She's under the
Oh,
rock.
that's why I can't see you. My way sucks.
Why'd you go that way then?
Because it worked at the time.
I don't really know if there is any other way other than that way. I'll see if I can pull you up.
You want, but what if I try to get... Hold on. I have an idea. Hold on. What if I try to get there?
I don't know if that's a jump that you can make.
I got energy drink.
Yeah.
Trust in me, Shems.
If you have an energy drink, I'd just recommend going... Oh, sick.
Oh, nice.
I'm gonna keep going.
And then I think we
I have no
can...
stamina. Oh
Actually,
wasted it all.
yeah, no, this is easier.
Hi, Kiwi. Why is the stream alerts going off twice? Whatever.
Are you there yet?
I wish. I fucking wish, brother.
You got it, Shams.
Hey, Indy.
Oh, y'all are
Welcome
there.
back from work. Do you have to? Did you have it open it twice? Do you have it open twice again? I have it. I have it open on I think a separate OBS instance, and I think that's the problem because I was trying to start my dual PC setup stream stuff. Okay.
I may have made a blunder.
What do you mean?
No, I'm fine.
Shubs, help me!
Oh shit.
Oh.
Elaine, you do it. Elaine, I believe in you.
Oh, what the fuck? What did you? How do? Oh God, Jesus! Why did you go that way?
Oh shit.
Oh shit! Oh no! Oh no! Okay.
Okay,
I think we should go the right this way. I think we should go this way.
I'm pretty sure this is the way I took, and then I took a left.
Salam.
Hi, Shem saved my life. Ow.
No.
Okay, well now I'm not making it, Shems. Unless I have food in my
No, you
backpack.
got the piton there.
Jump.
Oh. Wait. Ooh. Oh no!
Oh, no.
Ah!
Oh, no.
You know what? You know what? You know
Dang.
Shems, I think you gotta take Bing Bong for me, man.
You could
Wait,
eat
actually,
some
maybe.
yourself.
Hold on. Wait.
Just eat the
We
food,
can eat
bro.
Bing Bong.
I'm eating
Hey,
them.
man,
You
you
can't
have
eat
any rope?
No. Come on, Bing Bong. Wait, I think I got this, actually. I can come back, I think. Yeah, I'm coming.
Otherwise, I've got an
You're
energy
so
drink
bad.
if you need it.
Huh?
I have another energy drink if you need it. Just like power up that way.
I feel like I can do it. I'm just gotta not be stupid. You know? I hate this map.
I feel like that's a difficult task there.
Shut the fuck up, you fucking... Ooh, it's hard to be grateful when you say shit like this.
That's why you just don't be grateful.
No.
And that's why I don't.
That's why you be so.
He's gonna be like, this is why I don't help people. I want him to help me.
Zero gratitude.
Taken for granted.
But like you deserve it because you're a dick. You can't be a dick to the people you help.
No,
and then
no.
go.
Okay. I was so close. Oh. Go across. Go across.
You're almost there.
Oh, God. Shems?
Actually, if we go this way.
Forget that.
I mean,
If we go this way, you can just walk up. Like.
why didn't you say that like 10 minutes earlier?
Why didn't you say this yesterday?
Like, what are you doing?
Struggling.
Oh.
What's happening? Hello? Okay, we're... Guys, I made it! All by myself! I did it!
What do you mean all by yourself?
Poor Shems.
Oh my goodness,
I'm kidding.
I was
Shem's helping.
starving
He's
to
not
death, guys.
appreciated.
Back from
I'm
the
sorry.
I know, I'm about to be starving to death.
Dead.
Just watching
you
them
can
all. Like,
You can have my
so
mallow
funny.
if you want. If you want, you can have my mallow.
No, it's okay.
Little nap.
My
Oh,
mallow.
it feels good to have bones.
I was
Back
born.
everyone.
again.
Make sure to get your marshmallows.
Backpack. Apparently, that's a bad
Moira?
idea.
Yeah, don't
What
do
happened to
that.
Moira?
I
Moira,
think
you
Moira
good?
passed out from food.
Oh,
Oh,
someone
no.
feed her, please.
Oh god.
Why is it cold?
Oh, okay.
No, I'm fine. I ate my sleep berry
Okay.
because I had so much hunger that one thing.
Oh, gotcha. I'm sorry. I took so long. I didn't mean to fuck up.
It's okay.
Kasia,
Is
did you get a
Cindy? Are
mallow?
you Indy?
Okay.
Yes, that's Indy.
For
That's
some
Indy.
reason, the mod makes it so like if there's too many extra people, some people's names.
Yeah.
pop up as Elite.
Like
So
Buster
Indy's
had
like Elite.
Moira's name. Yeah, but Indy
I don't
has
even
Moira's
remember
name.
what I put on.
You have a plague doctor.
I think that's Indies. If no one took it.
Yeah,
no one
Indy
had
can
one.
have it.
I mean, I technically wouldn't have one.
I love this
Yeah,
map.
no, you
All right,
would.
let's
The mod adds it in as soon as
go.
you come in.
Oh.
Ooh, yeah, it's buy one get one free for today because I don't know how to fix it because I have my OBS closed on my other computer, but it's not. And by computer, I mean laptop. I don't got that kind of money. This is just a work laptop that I had. All right, Bing Bong. Am I gonna make it through this Bing Bong? Okay.
Yeah, we are
Bing Bong
definitely
does not
hell.
have faith.
He doesn't. That's why I gotta prove him wrong. It's tough love. He doesn't want to believe in me, so that way I don't get too cocky.
No.
Because according to Republicans, this is where we'll be.
Yay!
It's nice and warm here. I quite like it, actually.
Look, as long as it's far away from Republicans, I'm fine with it.
Which color are they? Which color is that one? I don't know the colors. I only know the colors.
I don't like this.
I'll wait for the lava to go down.
I like my suitcase.
Suitcase?
I like my suitcase.
just right in the distance over there. You like my suitcase?
Too hot, too hot, too hot.
It's okay. Listen, Kazuya, listen to me. There's
Can't
one.
handle the heat. Get out of the kitchen.
Is someone yelling? Hello? What's happening? Did someone
Wait.
die?
Oh.
Did Buster die?
Maybe this
Anywho,
way.
Kazuya, I need you to listen to me, right? This map, you just send it. Burning is temporary. Winning is forever.
Where?
Come this way. Oh! Like, back, like, literally where we just came from. Where you guys just came from.
Buster! Oh, Buster! Don't worry, I'm coming. No troll left behind.
No troll left behind.
What the fuck? Lava's rising.
You just
anybody
when
think
the
we're
lava is low, Kazuya, it'll only give you burn. It won't be a fatal burn. It'll just be a slow burn.
Okay.
Alright. Oh.
Oh!
Survive. Survive.
Usually you wait until the lava goes down.
You're coming with me. Oh, never mind.
Indy, come this. You can come this way.
That's over there though, and I'm over here.
I know, but you need to come over here, babies. I gotta pick up Kazuya.
Wow, full house tonight, yeah.
Oh, you okay?
Yeah,
Oop, I made an
It's just
oopsie.
fire damage. The fire goes away similar to like the cold does.
Hold on, Buster. Going this way.
Oh shit.
I didn't realize the lava was so low.
Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit.
Oh, I might die.
Do we need help carrying people?
Yep. Oh god.
Oh.
Hello.
Oh god. Oh god. You gotta keep moving, Kazuya! I think Kazuya died.
Yeah.
I think I just saw him go up in flames.
I don't care.
Yeah, I think he's a little. I think he's a little pissy.
Oh my god. No, no. Take my little hand. What?
Kazuya?
Come on. Oh.
Oh! I think you
Kazuya!
have to leave that gnome behind, darling.
No.
Yeah, you're gonna have to leave that gnome behind.
No, okay, you got this. I believe in you.
Ow. Miyu, I fucked up! Oh no.
Why?
Troll left behind.
I tried to get Kazuya. Oops. You whoopsies. Oh. No, she got Kazuya.
I don't don't know where Elaine went.
Oh, she went right past me.
You died next to Kazuya. Shit.
Oh shit.
Oh, I see you. Okay, wife, hold on. As soon as the lava goes down, I'll come get you. Okay? Hold on if you can.
I think it's too late
Hi,
for me.
Elaine, hold on. Okay.
Oh yeah, like.
Hey, wife.
Oh, and you're in scout. Oh shit.
Elaine,
Oh, yeah,
why
you need
did
to
you
move.
go to save me? You should have just left me.
Yeah, man.
She's like, yeah.
I don't know, man. I thought I could do it. Every time in this place, I either do really good and I just kind of leave, or I go no man left behind and then I die. So it's like a 50-50 coin toss.
Yeah. There was definitely no hope for me.
I'm gonna
like,
meet up with you, Indy.
I messed up at the start and I just had like no stamina left.
Also, if you scroll like down and stuff, you can like zoom out and stuff.
Oh.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
I do that so that way, cause like the ghosts have like are seen by the players, so I don't want to like get in their way.
Yeah.
My wards died.
Damn, I took care of mine.
Yeah, I tried, but
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
No, nama.
I got empty backpack because I dropped mine in the lava.
Damn.
Yeah, and I picked up Elaine's at least. So at least I have a backpack to put stuff in.
Wonder how close Buster is to dying. Or do they not die whenever I'm carrying someone?
It slows down. The ghost can see it. If the ghost would go to her or go to them, they'll see their stats.
I call upon the other world. Show me the stats.
Hey, Elaine.
Or not.
Yeah, what's up?
Can you check on Buster and see what their stats are?
Yeah.
Miu, come back, Miu.
Thank you.
How do I tell?
Toshi, thanks for the hydration.
How do I tell?
You should just be able to go to them on Indy's back and see their bar at the bottom.
They're like hurt and hungry, and that's like pushing them
Gotcha.
over from the dead zone. So.
Gotcha.
Wake up!
I don't think
Wake
they
up.
have this.
Wake
I don't
up!
think they can wake up from this because you need something to like take away the hunger or the health.
We gonna
Wake up!
We gonna
Wake
go.
up!
Wake up.
Wake up.
Oh, this
No,
ain't a
the
good
other side's on
idea.
fire. That's fine.
Alright, I'm gonna be right back to go to the restroom, but I will be back in 2 seconds.
Okay.
Run! Send it. Owie.
Oh, these ones are about to be on fire.
I am better.
Run! We're almost there. Hi! Get in the cannon? We can't. We have a body.
Can we put the body in the cannon?
It might flop out. I mean, if you want to try it, you can get in there, and I think you can have them on your back, and I can shoot you. Go in from like the side. Sometimes it like folds you
You know
in.
what?
But
I've carried them
yeah.
this long. I'm gonna see it through.
What the heck is the cannon? It's fun.
Nah, I'm gonna
I'm
make
a-
sure he gets across.
I'm a mother now.
Yeah, we're.
I don't got time
he's
for
a
fun.
mother. It's safe if you jump.
Send it. Ah.
Hello,
Looks like
I
a
returned.
smiling friend's bit.
It's okay. You can come this way. Oh.
The
well, now you
lava
gotta
is
leave.
rising.
Oh, hey
Yeah.
guys.
Yes.
Hello, thank you for watching. Hello, thank you for watching.
Ah! Owie. Owie.
Am
Ow.
I slipping?
Ow! Come on, go down! No!
We are.
I think this far!
Moira, you are stressing. Oh, Moira! Oh my God, you're stressing me out, man.
I'll be okay.
That was crazy.
I'll be okay.
Oh shit.
Oh.
Oh.
You guys should have went. You guys should have went in the cannon.
Do they have fire or is it
Ghost is like dead unless they get healing or food. I think Indy's
Okay, just heal them up and then.
Oh
no!
Oh my God, they went so far for so long.
God, I'm telling you, I am now calling Indy my dad. That is my dad.
Indy's a dad now.
Hey, Womble.
If only he had taken the cannon,
Oh, hi.
you would have lived.
Hey, how's it going?
Alright, I thought I'd stay up here just in case everyone died.
No, that's smart, honestly. Like, if everyone dies, you know, you're really close to like a resurrection statue, so it's like,
Yeah. Look, I can go touch it because you're dead.
yeah, I mean, fuck it, go for it if you want. I don't think anybody else is gonna die.
Y'all killed my child.
They had Medicaid out and everything, and, you know, it wasn't, you know. Dad,
Yes.
thank you so much.
Thank you so much. It's
I
okay.
still see them.
Oh,
I'm
Ghost.
haunted.
Oh, Ghost. Oh, Ghost.
I like how you had your hand stuck out for everyone but the person that was trying to get up.
I didn't want to risk the cannon because of carrying them, so
Yeah.
that was the only reason I didn't take it.
And you know what?
Yeah,
Honestly,
good
you
job,
should have
guys.
just left me behind.
Oh!
Yay. Oh my God, I'm alive again.
I gotta eat all the leaders before you guys even eat anything.
No! I want one! I'm Hungies! Please!
I can't wait to die again.
I'm Hungies! Please!
See, I have to survive.
I'm coming! I'm running as fast as my little feet can carry me and as much as my hunger
Tell you, I'm proud of
allows.
you. That'll give you enough perseverance. Maybe the platypus?
I felt every form of pain from every area.
I saw you burn. It was quite horrific, actually. It's kind of like the
I've
Terminator
frozen
scene.
to death. I've burnt to death. I've like grazed my entire ass on a vine.
Well, you haven't been blown to death, at least.
Oh, that's good. Oh, I can't wait for that.
Someday.
I'm very happy. I got adopted again.
Nice. Very good. Very good.
I got adopted again.
I want food. They're gonna eat all the food. They're gonna eat all the food.
No,
They're gonna eat all the food.
I'm like, oh my God, I'm so thankful for my dad.
Oh wow.
I was like the entire time thinking, like, y'all better make sure that my dad eats. I'm just saying.
Kazi,
my
what are you
father
doing?
eats food.
No, no. I'll be the dad that comes late and just eats alone at the table.
Indy's bugging the fuck out for me, like he's flying. Oh my God!
Oh no!
Whoa!
Oh. Yeah,
Where'd the
don't
campfire go?
If you're bugging
What?
out, don't touch who's bugging out. Like they'll get launched.
Interesting.
touch it?
Yeah,
What the hell?
I'm just gonna go this way.
Oh, you look
It's
like
okay. You're fine for me, buddy.
You are not Elaine. Why is your username Elaine?
I'm
Because when we have a lot of
it's a
players, it
glitch.
starts duplicating. Yeah.
Yeah.
You gotta
For
go
me,
by
whenever I
looks.
had it, it would duplicate like people's looks.
Alright, what pain is next?
This. Look up.
Now it's the big pain.
Oh, hell no. Oh,
Sorry, excuse
hell
me.
no.
Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. Sorry. Excuse me. Oh my God, Miyu, your legs. Stop touching me.
I'll go this way.
Let go of me.
Kazia, I
can't go
would
through the wall.
not follow me.
Oh no, I'm trapped.
Like, don't
Yeah.
follow me. I think out of everybody here, don't follow me.
Yeah, no, because the campfire was
Okay.
gone.
I was not expecting to grab onto that. I thought it was so over.
What do you mean, Shems? We just got here.
Like that. Go.
Oh shit.
Here, try that now.
Oh, hi, Womble.
Crawling in my crawl.
You're gonna starve to death.
I don't have any items.
Here, use the backpack.
I'm so close. Come on.
Use the backpack.
What am I doing?
They fell a little.
Oh, I gotcha.
Where?
Hold on.
Oh, yo.
Go.
Oh, yo.
Good job. Oh, yo.
The only other solution is coming back. Thank you.
Alright.
Ooh, up here.
Why did
Just come up this way.
Get my.
Kind of.
Out of the way of the people.
Oh no, he's splitting up. Oh.
My dad's gone.
Oh, I think they're trying to fix him, like, glitching out.
Well, just like you, my dad's always been gone.
Okay.
Damn.
Oh no, my dad's gone. He left to go
Come
get
back.
some milk.
That way.
He'll be right back, I'm sure.
No,
They
it
left the
won't.
milk. They forgot the milk in the crashed plane, so they come back together.
Up here, viable.
Wait, is following Womble a good idea?
Probably not.
Uh-oh.
The lava rises.
On a ledge over here. Oh, fuck. We're so
Oh,
Hey, no, the lava
literally,
rises.
literally cook.
He got it. He'll go.
Where go?
Wait, yeah, I
Go that way.
Probably that way.
Back. Okay,
Yeah?
we gotta hurry.
Okay.
Yeah, but I kind of want to see if I can wait for you.
Up to this thing.
Oh God, Indy, run!
Run, Indy!
Dad, please! I can't continue on with my fatherless behavior.
No!
Bye, guys.
No!
Indy, no!
Oh no, I can't grab him!
No! I'm falling, comrade! Already!
Wait, what?
Indy died because he joined back in the lava.
Aww.
The game rigged me. It said I was
I'm
too
sorry,
powerful,
bud.
so it canceled me.
I'm sorry, bud.
That's unfair.
Oh my God, Womble! How the fuck are you over there?
I don't know.
No, go, friend.
Okay.
Hey, no, oh, shit.
Oh.
You gotta warn people before you do that.
No, wait, what?
Oh, no!
Who just fell?
I think Kazia just fell into the lava.
That was not me. That was Kazia. Who was it? Oh, it was
Kazia fell.
Yep.
They're both green.
Oh, are you fine?
Hey, oh hey me.
God damn it! I got
Hey.
I got clawed and I didn't even.
I don't know how it flushed you or look, it
Do you
brought
wanna
them up
boost?
just fine. Why did it drop you?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm
You
gonna
can.
try underneath you, yeah.
Okay.
Whoa! Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! Where am I?
you okay?
Holy shit! I don't know. What the fuck? Oh hi. Yeah, I'm good. Holy fuck! Holy fuck! Holy fuck! I almost pissed my pants. It's a good thing I went to the bathroom. Holy shit! I was pulled. Oh my God! It's so good I went to the bathroom. Holy shit! I would have pissed my pants. I felt that in my
Ghost,
kidneys.
just kind of, Ghost,
Yeah, it's that way. That's how I came down.
Everyone else gets clawed, they're fine. When I get clawed, I die.
Did you jump?
Up here, do you see my hand?
Oh, I don't know. I mean.
Because if you jumped, you probably ragdolled yourself.
Oh.
Probably. Holy shit, bro.
I don't know if I'm over
That was fucking funny.
I got you.
That
right
was.
Here, right here. Come on. Oh, yeah. Oh.
Elaine boosted me and then she ended up flying all the way over there.
Oh no, Womble!
Oh no. Womble was all the way over there.
Shem, tell me.
Should I help you?
I'm trying.
Help me, help me.
Wait, guys, come this way. It's this way. Come on. They put the piton down so we can climb better.
Okay.
Okay, cool.
We're probably gonna flash out them though. Oh.
One at a time for the piton, though, okay?
Can I go and help you?
I'll wait for you guys here to help you guys up.
Yes,
It took me
please.
some extra energy, so I hope you guys will have some.
I have some.
No.
I did not survive.
I'm not gonna make it.
I missed that jump.
I'm not gonna make it. Ah! No!
You could boost each other if that would help. Oh, Womble.
No.
Okay.
Sunny, let's try this way.
Drop the energy drink. Give them the energy drink and the
Okay.
health for them out of my backpack.
Okay, the energy drink's coming.
We're gonna try a different way.
Wait, we just dropped you stuff.
Oh
my goodness.
Okay, well, we still have the band-aids.
Rising too fast.
My
still have-
fucking energy drink.
I'm sorry about your Webble sponsor. I'm sorry.
My my advanced GG sponsor.
Okay, alright. Fair game. I was watching Rat Cousin the other day, and he was like, he was talking about the Pussy Energy Drink Company. He's like, I want to be sponsored by them. I'm like, you know, fair.
I think it'd be cool. I'm not very brand friendly.
I think that they're just pussies.
Rolling up the over there.
Hi, what happened?
I'm not gonna lie, this is.
I disconnected.
Oh, I'm
You got it.
sorry. It's okay. We'll still make it to
It's
the
alright.
top.
I wasn't surviving anyway.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah, you had another casualty.
Oh, are we doing this?
Yeah. Oh
This
shit!
is a bad idea.
Cannon.
Yeah, oh no, Ghost.
Hi, Ghost. Yeah, I'm dead.
This is a bad idea.
Ghost is dead. I'm dead.
I don't have anything to get up. I'm also quite hungry.
Wait, what if we
dying.
went down here and then went across?
Yeah, that's probably the best way. Where are all the boxes? Oh, there's a box down there. I guess we missed it.
You have to get up around that corner.
Oh shit!
No.
Well, wait!
What?
You're lying still. Oh, there you go.
Welcome to the spirit realm.
Is there a ledge up there?
Okay, I have to eat my lollipop because that's my only food.
Do it. Do it.
But that means I will be going up.
Go up.
You got this. We believe in you.
Go, go, go.
Don't stub a toe.
I wonder if I could get up there. I need you to like, oh, okay, not like that, not like that. Okay. Ooh, 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 ooh. Ooh, ooh, ooh. I don't know if I can get up here.
Tricky one.
I don't know if I can do this. Oh, oh, ow, uh-oh.
That mob is coming up pretty quick.
I don't know, I think this might be it for me. Unless I can... Oh, this was a bad idea. This was a bad idea. No! Hot. Goodbye, Womble.
Bye.
No!
No. You're killing the lava.
I didn't know how else we would have gotten up there.
Hi, Moira. Hi.
If we slide that energy drink, we could have both made it.
Oh, fair. It's okay. It's okay. I should have like waited for their confirmation before throwing it down.
Yeah, we're gonna make it though.
Yeah, fuck you.
Collectively.
Yeah, that's the point, right?
Is on the way.
Shems is.
Empty
Hey, Shems.
boxes because everybody else takes everything and you're just like left with nothing.
The loot.
Ooh. Ooh.
Perfect.
Oh yeah.
Extra energy is helpful.
Oh my god.
Extra energy is helpful.
You made me nervous, Burp.
I didn't shift jump, so I didn't get a launch.
How's it going up here, gang?
It's pretty easy.
Yeah. I'm pretty proud of myself for making it this far. You know, first time dying the game.
Oh yeah, no, you do great. You're good. I got stuck. I
think I've been playing on Tenderfoot for too long, so I'm not used to getting my hunger like super fast and stuff.
That's fair. I don't know. I feel like I should have put us on Tenderfoot, to be honest.
Because there's so many of us, but it's okay.
Yeah.
It's the easiest difficulty.
Oh.
So there's like no time restraint. There's no like lava rising. There's no the mist, anything.
Whoa.
Okay, I can stand here.
Very nice, very nice, very nice.
Yep, you doing it.
Shams is at the tip top.
It's at the top. Go knock him down.
How? How do I do that as a ghost? Tell me.
Scare
I
him.
would love to do that. Okay, I'll be right back.
Scare.
Boo! Did I scare you?
Yeah, the crystal orb.
Yeah, on the back side of the mountain, there's a statue with an orb in it.
Over on the peak?
Like literally on
You
the
must
other side
ponder
of the little
You must
hill
go
right
get
there.
it. Oh, sorry. Excuse me. My bad.
With the flag on it,
Are
it's
you going
like
left
so
or
if
am
you
I
go
going
up and then go like on the other side.
Ooh.
Okay, I'll be back in a second. My food's here.
Okay.
Oh,
Alright.
okay. Let's go watch. There she is.
Whoa.
I feel like
Damn,
this
look
is
at all
really...
these flies around them.
Look at all these chickens.
Look at all these.
No, y'all, we can't be distracted.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Nightmare.
No!
Oh my god.
Oh,
No,
got it.
I might not have
There's a
enough
ledge on
energy.
your right.
No, I don't have enough energy.
Oh.
No, there's no way.
Alright, let's go chant at Shems. Let's go chant at Shems. Shems.
Everybody's really, really close.
This is exactly what I wanted to avoid, but it's Shems, so we're doing it. Shems. Shems, come back.
Join
He
us.
went to go get his food, which is funny.
Shems, come back quickly.
Come on, Shams.
Shave your eyebrows,
Waiting on you, buddy.
Wake up.
You got squares.
Leave my eyebrows alone.
Just like you, they ain't shaved. You leave them alone.
What?
Are they got unibrows in this?
think so?
Maybe. Who knows?
Hey, Padre, how you doing?
Low. I'm dead.
Dad.
Oh.
My father,
Shems?
how are you?
I was cheating.
Shems.
Yep.
Come on, Shams. Get your Taco Bell.
Shams.
Yeah, Shems.
Oh,
God
Shems.
damn.
Shams, wake up, Shams.
My dinner.
I hope you have enough for everyone. My tummy
brought enough
got
for
the
the whole
rumblies. for
My
Taco Bell.
tummy's got the rumblies.
You know, I'm very that I died. You know, I think the game needs to make an achievement for literally dying in every biome.
That would be really funny.
Cause like, I did it. It is fully capable to die in every single
Shams.
biome. I would like
Get to the peak.
Hey, Shams.
Get to the
Spirits of the damned.
Get to the peak. Get to the peak.
We're here for your transgression.
No.
Yeah, Shems. We are the ghosts that haunt you from your murderous past.
One of us. One of
I
us.
would give you that
I'll give
on
you 20
September
bucks to
12th.
jump off right now.
No, stop it! No!
You
I
make
won't
more
wait.
cheddar money. Don't. It's not worth it.
Yeah, he's rich. Don't do it.
Hey, $20, $20.
Why is Shebs purposely going the long way?
Where's
the
orb?
orb?
Told him to.
Is that the orb?
Keep going,
Is that the
down
orb?
It's right there.
The orb?
Oh, yeah.
The orb.
Yeah, it's right there.
Yeah, bring it
Behold.
back.
What? Am I blind?
It's below you.
It's
Go down
right
below,
below
you idiot.
you. Oh my god.
Wait, how did you?
What does that do?
What does this do? What is
Do
using
it.
I don't know.
Use it. Just
You
use
can
it.
activate
Just be
it.
brave and just use it.
Yeah.
I don't know what it
Blows
does
up the
either,
mountain.
to be fair. Yeah, I know. Like, it just resets everybody. We start back
Does
at the
it?
beach.
It just says activated, so I don't know what else it does.
Do it.
Gem activated. All right.
Huh?
I'm back. Did he jump off the mountain yet?
No, he got the orb.
He got
Moira,
orb.
do you know what to do with the orb?
There's nothing to do
You
with
don't
it.
fit into society now. Just
Nothing.
join us.
Nothing?
Become one with the mountain.
Yeah, it doesn't do nothing.
You know you want to.
Nothing.
But is there a way to bring us all back?
No.
Probably not if the orb don't do it. Alright, get out of here, Shems.
Flap.
Yeah. Leave us all behind, I guess.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Yeah,
forget about you guys.
that's kind of the
Like,
point. Yeah.
I'm
Hey,
going to
all I'm saying
McDonald's.
is,
That
I'm going
McChicken
to-
is gonna make me forget
No,
about
you're
you
getting
guys.
him a chicken. I thought you just got Taco Bell.
don't
No, I
don't
got
go to
Culver's.
sleep tomorrow.
No, I thought he got Taco Bell. It's usually his go-to.
Taco Bell is good.
Taco
though.
Bell's
Sponsor.
really good. It's
Yeah.
You got 5
It's
seconds.
Sponsor us,
Better
Taco
ones,
Bell.
though.
Sponsor us.
Yeah.
Howard.
Yay.
The
I'm
fuck?
gonna
Did
give
anybody
you a slice
else
of
hear that?
Baja Blast pie.
boo.
Did anybody else hear that little
Baja
blink?
Blast Blue.
That was my phone.
Oh, okay.
Me too.
Very nice.
4 meters. Just
Nice
like
grab.
my penis.
It's like
Oh, I'm stupid. I'll be right back. I'll be right back.
okay. Look at that.
It might be bugged. We might have to alt F4.
It's
Yeah, it just-
wait
it just breaks.
with the mod it waits for the host to click next.
Oh.
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 Wow.
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 Look at that. We did it, guys. We all did it. We all survived. I'm so
Yeah,
proud
we
of all of us
did
for
it.
cramming into that
Yeah.
helicopter. Good
Yeah.
job.
Is the only one who died.
Yeah, you know when he died back at the beach because he slipped on that jellyfish and then drowned in the shallow end? Oh, no one heard that. Okay, well.
Like,
Guys-
he would, like, fall off, like,
God.
dropping.
Oh my god.
Off a tree.
Oh,
I'm
God.
claustrophobic.
Man, what a,
Let me
what a
out.
crazy what a crazy dream I just had.
Whoa.
What a crazy dream. Guys, look at my
Anyone
new
get
hat.
anything new?
I
Nice.
would like to say
I got
that
the
that's
hat for
actually
eat the
the
hot
first time
dog.
That
I
I've
got the
actually
hat for
seen
eat the
someone
hot
fully
dogs.
finish the game.
Yeah,
Yeah.
for eating the hot dogs.
Hey, this is how I got for eating the
don't
hot
see it.
dogs. You don't
What do you
see
get
it.
for eating hot dogs?
No, I
It's-
think it's glitched. Hold on.
It's like a
Let me- yeah, it's
baseball.
glitched.
It's like
Take
a
a
baseball
screenshot for
hat. Okay. How do I take a
Yeah, go look
screenshot
at the.
of my-
Oh! It's a chug hat. It's like you chug.
Yeah.
Is there somewhere to change my clothes? Do I have any new clothes?
You probably open your passport.
It's in the passport.
Open your passport.
Oh, it's in the passport.
Open your passport.
Oh, we probably didn't tell him there's a passport open.
I
Oh
told
yeah,
him
no,
there
I
was
knew
a
it was a
passport.
passport. I just
I
didn't
told
know
him
how
there
you
was a
can change it. Oh right, I do have new clothes now. Yay.
I like how Indy is a little guy, but he's like a big guy on the like, screen.
Yeah.
He's a big little guy.
Look like
You look like a Ninja Turtle with the purple do-rag.
I can't even
King
survive.
and Ninja Turtle.
It's Donatello.
Yeah, I can make.
Ah.
Wait.
Good job, everybody.
Wait. Hey.
What?
Good
What?
job.
What's up?
For duty.
Wait, I can do something really funny here.
What? What's up?
Trying on all your clothes.
Alright. You see what I'm wearing?
My
Alright,
turn.
what am I? What am I?
The
I'm
way it
homeless.
looks like you're gonna go back and then just slump.
Oh, okay, okay. I had no idea where that was gonna go.
You know what? I just realized, you know, they don't have hostile architecture in Peak. These are good homeless benches.
Oh.
Yeah. Indy, you look like an anime character.
Wait. Am I glitched
I
out for
don't
anyone
know.
else?
Isn't there?
Nah,
No.
you're
Hopping.
normal for me.
Wait, Elaine,
For me,
scoot
she's
over
hopping.
to me.
See, the physical representation of how I was this entire game is just this.
Good job,
this is me the
everybody.
entire game.
Yes, oogly goo.
Thank you, Elaine, for inviting us all to the VA.
Of course. Thank you guys for putting up with the shenangle.
There's
The
horns?
wabi-sabi that this was.
Shit.
Oh yeah, there's horns.
If you
Yeah.
This was really fun. For my
by everybody.
for my first
Also,
time
but
playing,
I got
this was
these
really
ones.
fun.
Thank you for carrying me.
You're welcome.
Everyone-
Thank you
All
for
the days
showing me
work.
the ways.
You
I hope
guys are-
everybody
Yeah, boys.
had fun.
Yes, had fun. Thank you, Elaine, for hosting.
Thank you.
Yeah, I had a fun time. Good job, guys.
Bye bye, everybody.
Bye bye. Nice to meet you.
Goodbye.
Let's play again soon.
Yeah.
Later.
Okay, everybody. Quit. We did it. We did it. Hello. I go now. Thank you for playing with me. Bye-bye. That was fun. It was a lot of people, and I'm sure some of you, just like me, got a bit overstimulated. We did it, and that's the important part. The important part is that we had a good time doing it. I didn't mean to click that. I'm sorry. What give you? Oh! Good job, Star. Let's go. Let's go. I can do that right now, actually. I had things open. I'm so confused. We did it. We did do it. We did it to an extent. We did it to an... I feel so stupid that I fucked up at the end. But that's okay. Thank you for joining me, Womble, by the way. I really appreciate you being there and hanging out with us, because I like hanging out with you. And I know it's, like, super late for you, so, like, I really appreciate it. Vibin'... Oh, fuck. Vibin' figuring out 2 PC streamers. Boop! Oh my god! Thank you for the 11 months at tier 3! I appreciate you most very much. I hope you had fun. Of course, I love hanging out with you. Mwah. Mwah. I want to figure out other games we can play as well. I'm kind of feeling like a genre, but I don't know the genre. Also, I gotta open the stream avatars. Y'all, I survived. You did. You did indeed survive. And I'm very proud of you. I lied. I still have OBS open on my laptop. Okay, that's why. Okay. Okay. Wait, but Star didn't get 2 that time. I don't know. Yum, 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 yum. I might just put us on the chill screen. I don't know if I did that. Boop, boop. Boop, boop. Okay, there we go. Oh, people are lagging. I carried, I swear. Wink. Where is people? Excuse me. Rainer. Me. Devouring. Necrobus. Kiwi. Fruit bat. Rhino. Okay. Pixels. Pixels gets the gobble hat. Vexed gets it. I don't know if Vex is in here though. Womble, there's whoa. Hey, oh, wrong one. Oh. There we go. Gobble, present, this one. And then Vex is like a dark blue, so I don't think Vex is spawned in here. And then we need Star. There you are. Boop, boop, boop. All the little turkeys! All the little turkeys coming in for the seasons. Alright, where's Vexed? I had to find Vexed. Vexed, where are you? I feel like they should be on like one of the first pages, I feel like. Yep. Hats, pumpkin. Alright, I think I've gifted everyone theirs for today, I think. Star has it, Rhino has it. Shems, Ghost. Ring, me, Womble. Pixels, Kiwi. Fruit bat. Are we happy? I think? I don't know. I think I got it. If I didn't get you, please let me know. Oh, I saw my forehead. Okay. So yeah, I think today I'm gonna try to figure out dual PC streaming. It's gonna be an interesting time for us to try. It's mostly me organizing stuff from one computer to another computer. That's mostly it. But I might as well, I guess, do it on stream because my brain keeps thinking about it. Yeah, so I did have OBS on the other computer. Okay. That's fine. That's fine. Okay. Close. Oh. I have to make sure my cat doesn't step on the laptop. Scene collection, check for missing files. Oh boy, I have a lot of stuff in here, don't I? This is, I think, in the BRB screen. This gonna be full screened as well. We're gonna have a little streamception here going on here, folks. Tracker, alerts, chat avatars. This one, yep. Bean chair, we need the bean chair. So that means we gotta go in here. We go into stream. I need to turn up the music. Alright. I think it's in here. Is it in here? It's not. Okay. Obis overlay assets. Credit box, which is very much not like the rest of my stream, to be fair, but I think that's okay. On the shoulder, all I could do was hold her. I don't know where I put it. I mean, me tonight. I see her in the back of my mind all the time. Thank you for the vibe check. I'm burning alive like a sun. Oh, there it is. Blue blanket. Assets. Now, bonk. These are going to be gifts. Sticky notes. I guess can go there, I think. Oh, I forgot what I was looking for. I'm looking for the bonk. Oh, alright, okay. Where is that from? Studio Hub. What I know, Hub is Walk Amongst the Wilds. By me. Assets, VTubing assets. Hands, this one. I can't believe what? What? Alive like a star. And then cancel, and then we want the bonky. The streaming assets. Oh, it's in from here. Items. Pico hammer. Boop. Boop. Hand file GIF. Hand one. Hand one. Oh, got it. Understood. Cheek pep is hand pet slow GIF. Okie dokie. Boob tube. Which one is the boob tube? Oh, the boob tube is the. Hold on. It would be in this one. It goes stream overlay. Where's the boob tube? Did I put that in Goshness? Yes, I did. Do I also need a boob tube mask? I don't think I do. Oh. Charm. Where's the charm? Where is the charm? That would be in here. Or is that in screen? It is in screen. Alright, I need chat's iPad. Oh, maybe it's a core. How to look at you, the baby. Clock HTML? That's the. Oh, I'm in love with Judah. Clubbing is the rave gif. Clubbing browse. Judah, rave, gifts, decoration, clean, okay. I think I will remove them for now. Down. Okay, then I gotta go in here, and then go in here, and then go into overlay. And then this one, and then this one. Skip these files. I'm just a honey fool, and maybe it's a cool one. I love Judas, baby. Oh, I'm in love with Judah. Oh, 15 left. I went from 65 to 15. Okay, credits box. I don't know what that one is. I don't know where the boofer box is located. I think that might be in... Maybe it's in Hub? Chat's iPad, blankie, alerts, bean screen. Or is it in Collab? It is here. Okay. Check for missing files. think screen has... it doesn't. Where is it? Oh, maybe you're so cool, but then I'm loving Judas, baby. Chatter's picnic chill. Okay. I'm in love with Judas. Judas. Search. So could I do stream OBS plugins? Select folder. Okay, cool. And then feed it to something I have to go with little guys. Overlay the bros. I'll put Usta in there. Uta. Okay. Not that. Not no. Okay. Oop. Oop. And then skip. You know, puppet. Oh, okay, I see. And then we need the stinger stuff. BLT puppet. Peak. And BLT peak. So that way I can replace those in here. I really hope this like works out because like I'd really like it if I could take some of the load of streaming off my computer, I guess. Then we'd never have laggy streams ever again, you know? The bros. Peak. Pre-stream. Ooh, where is that one? Ooh, where is that one? LMNO overlay? I don't know where I put that one. Oh, VTubing assets free stream. Oh. VTubing assets. Ref. Hi, how we doing today? Pretty good. I am just setting up my laptop. I'm setting up my laptop so that way I can do maybe streaming off of it. I'm wanting to apologize. Little lines gonna notifies. Search. Bite so dirty, but you're like so sweet. Never let go for wins. Oh, I see. Delete these right now. Yep. And then check for missing files. Maincoow PNG. Oh, it's that. It's that. It's that. In the morning to apologize. Every little light and notifies. Where did I put that? Fight so dirty, but your heart so sweet. So tight, but your heart got to you. Wait, not ever put your hands on me. Never, 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 never let go. Oh, right, Alt tab still doesn't work in this. Okay, that's fine. Pre-stream baby DM image reference. Baby DM image 4. Ooh, go. Oh, I don't have that font on here either. Shit. So dirty, but your heart so sweet. It's so dirty, but your heart got teeth. They not ever put your hands on me. Never let go. And the Shield Guardian. Gotta go. Gotta go get the Shield Guardian, which I think I put in D&D Walk Amongst the Wilds. Yes, I did. There's the boy. Bros. Croissant? I don't remember. Crescent. His name is Crescent. But I call him Croissant. And then the Spike Can and Smitten. I guess I go. Maybe if I just want to put like emotes on stream sometimes, which would not be in here. It would be in VTubing assets, emotes. There's the wobble bake, boop, 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 boop. And then my Spite Can. I don't know where I put that. That'd be in here. My desk Spite. Stream assets, VTubing assets, my assets Spite. Boop. Go in here. Boop, boop, boop. And I gotta go this guy, and this guy, this guy. This one, this one, this one, this one, this one, this one. Skip. It can be read. Overlay, select folder. Apply. Do I plan on DMing anytime soon? No, so I'm gonna redo this scene. Alright, and then the last one is this one, which I guess I get from here, which is Crazy Billy Bonky Wonky, because I haven't opened this folder in like a year. Credits box. Boop, boop. Boop, 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 boop. Overlay, boop. Check for missing files, search directory. Select folder, Shield Guardian. Oh, this one gets replaced by Croissant. Apply. Okay. Now I can make that full screen. And then, what do I want to do from here? Gonna do it the capture card way. Yeah. And if I do it the capture card way, I need more, so I can't do that right now, which is fine. I also don't know if there's anything else I can do at the current moment with this. So I think I'll just close it for now. Timer null. Is that still a problem? Close. Close, close. Cancel. This is for later. Alright, I was gonna open Obis. I need to open Obis. And I need to download. I just wanted to make sure. What is this log? 3D Horkai open error file null. I think it's because some of my things still have the filter on it. So filters, 3D block, delete, yes. Close. That's something I'll have to check then. Maybe it's in settings. Okay, maybe not. So it's something I'll have to look up. Maybe it's a problem with the most latest OBS, maybe? OBS not showing red transform box. Source not long for you bounding. How the hell do you edit it? Make pictures, videos more. Picture videos show the issue. It is not possible. What you write, having access. Issue sources unlock by clicking the little padlock. Also, to get the result, you sometimes have to get it to show. That works for me in the studio mode. The red borders just appear on the preview window, not the program. There's also a lock preview. Oh, is that why? Is that why? That was why. Okay. I figured it out, chat. Okay, well, if that's the case. Lock preview. There we go. Okay. That fixed that. I see a DM in the Discord. What's going on? Okay. Not be named to be all sane. Goodbye. Oh, the misery. Let me do a thing. There you go. Settings. I gotta go put away. This is the wrong one. As it's falling down. Right click, pin to start. Unpin from start. This one can go here. Boop. And then history. Nope. Settings. Settings. Where's the settings? There they are. What's this one? I'll be in and again. The scan. I gotta get the authenticator code. I have to prove to you you're one and only guy. Cool. Okay, there we go. That's what I wanted to see. Close. Close. Boop. Okay, I have to log in, I guess. Oh, what do you mean? Actually, can I just restart the app? What do you mean? I want it and I know I feel the same way. What else is still null? LR opening file, timer Lua. Timer Lua. I don't know where that comes from. How come it's not wanting to add? Not around. What's weird? I have to log into it. Okay. Boop. Okie dokie. Okie dokie. Docs. Twitch activity feed goes down here. Not now. Third party events. Okie dokie. Profile. Sync collection. Docs. Quick actions. Cool. There we go. And now I can show it to what I gotta close this. I gotta close this. Close. And now I can show you guys the screen again. Alright. Is that everything that I wanna do on this side? I think so. I think the only thing I'd wanna do other than this is kind of put it on my other monitors. That way I can see it. Loves the prison bars. There we go. Think that's it. So I have to make a list of things that I still have to set up in it. Oh, I didn't download VTube Studio or Sammy in it, actually. With my head. VTube Studio. This device. Install. Accept. And then VTube Studio. VBridger. This device. Install. Yes. No, sir. Okay. Sounds good. Property beta is this one. Public beta. Always picture it. Say, baby, it always looks like this. Okay, and now there's a few more things that I need to put on here, like YouTube Studio. And then this is going to be well, I'm just gonna call this VTuber, and then what I'm gonna do. Also, hi, popping in for a moment, but I will have to leave soon. No problem. Thank you for stopping by. It means a lot to me. VTuber. Okay, so now we can go back here. We can go here. And I think I have to go use the restroom in a second, but I'm gonna try to do this first. Yes, VTube. Well, actually, cancel. Don't do that. Don't do it like that. I want to do it like this. I want to go here, and I want to get the streaming assets and put that there. And then I need to grab the VBridger thing from here. And I think that's it. Copy. I think. Sammy. We need NyaruPad. VTS Pog actually as well. Feels it only halfway before I get to argue other programs. Coming VTS Pog 2. I think it's this one. It's always nice to see you. The man behind the counter to the woman who is woman is shaking her umbrella. Yes. And then we go here, and then we go to other programs. Put that there. I intended not to see them. Then this finished? It did, it looks like. Cool. Browse local files. You go over here, you go here. So much file, man. Oh, that's wrong. That's why. Always nice to see you. Go away. I don't think I need anything else from Steam at this point. Go. Always nice. Always nice to see you. YouTube Studio data, streaming assets. VTuber. Oh. Oops, that's not supposed to be here. Skip. Wait, what? That's not what I meant to copy. And I think that's everything actually now. Now I think I actually got everything off of this. Ew. It's always nice to see you. And then stream, VTuber. Other programs, VTS Pog. I think it's this one. Run anyway. Allow. Okay, close. Send to desktop. I don't like that it's like shortcut after it. It's kind of annoying. Put that down there for now. Songify work. Stream uses. Okay, if oh, it's gonna just re-download Songify. Delete. Wait, cancel it yet? NyaruPad. Run anyway. Show more options. Send to desktop shortcut. It's a bomb accent. Well, that doesn't work either. I can always also download that one, I guess. And then what was the other one? Oh, Songify. Songify. Download. Zip. Stream, other programs, save. Okay, do I have it open on my computer for some reason? Close, close. Delete. What else is it open in? Oh, you. Delete. There you go. This our final night alive. Has been set to okay. Okay. Remove. Oops. Oops. So used to alt tabbing, man. It doesn't work. Not with this, at least. Settings. Let's try open queue window. Do beta updates. Use default one browser. Appearance blue. There you go. Cobalt. Ooh. Ooh, cobalt doesn't look as good with the gray. It's hard to see. Let's just blue then. I should figure out what I put for this. It's true, I want to death with as he had blue chrome fetch that is output. Stream music Songify. Boop 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 boop. Overlay stream music, and a new folder Songify. Boop boop. Is it not gonna copy and paste? No. Okay, that's okay. It's in a good spot. Okay, and then that's fine. Append spaces 10. Do nothing custom requested by download. That's fine. Rewards. Okay, maybe I should just connect it. If that's the case, then I gotta hide my screen again. Why is this not? Oh, I think it's because I didn't put on my default browser. Twitch, okay. I haven't listened to Oliver Tree in a while. So great. Okay. Authorize. Yes. Is this the same? Oh no. Reward for song request. Okay. That's this one. I have to make it. Can I not scroll in this? I guess I can't, which is annoying, but that's okay. Song request. Clear queue on startup, user level command, user level rewards. Oh, I think I did none and then all. Okay, I think I did this again. Cool. User level none. This is 100. Oh no, it has all three. Okay. Let's make them all. Unlimited user command level. 10. And the commands. I think this is the part where I need to start copying and pasting this. Is there song? I don't know if I think we only have song. Yeah. Oh, okay, I see. Yeah, none of these. I just want this one. And then this is what the one I want, which is the responses. Okie dokie. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, boop, boop. Maximum. I think it was only this one. Boop. Specify user song error message. Okay. Oh, that didn't work. I don't know why I did that, but that's okay. File save as. Put that in the NAS. Save. Close. This guy. NAS. This one. This one. This one. Boop. Boop. And then modify idea. Okay, I do have to start making a checklist though for myself. Nope. Checklist. Connect Spotify to Whoop. Whoop. Alright, connect Spotify. Add Sammy. This should work otherwise. Delete, yes. VTS Pog should be set up, but I have to check that. Check VTS Pog. Oh, Nyaru pad. Right, this one. This one. Save this one. Stream. Delete. Extract. Delete. More info, run anyway. I'll be eyed with. Okay, cool. Okay, cool. That already made one. And then Songify didn't make one. Show more options. Send to desktop. So now I have these guys. This is like an add-on thing. VTube Studio, then vBridger. How do I want to do that? Because Because now that I think about it, that's something I'm going to have to do too. I can do new, and then we can do recording. Recordings. Video. Let's call it TikTok video, and then I'll put it properties, customize, choose file, stream, icons. Okay, refresh. Sometimes it won't do it if it's an ads. Okay, it's because it's on the ads, it won't do it. Okay, that's fine. I need to export another thing. Export recording profiles scene to laptop. Get screen sharing to work good. Just gonna put that there. Okay, is there anything else? Anything else? I have to download the Elgato software, but I don't know if I can do that Elgato without having this stuff plugged into my laptop. Black Friday, 7 hours. What? What? 7 hours? What do you mean it's like tomorrow? What? Isn't Black Friday next Friday? It's the Friday after Thanksgiving, isn't it? At least that's what I thought. I know. Wave XLR. Download. I forgot. I'll do this later. Oh. Save. I accept next. Next. I have to go to the bathroom. I forgot to go to the bathroom. And then, what will we do after this? I think we might do Minecraft art. Work on to watch Naruto while eating. Have fun watching Naruto. Guess I never know. Guess I never know. Do I also need to download? That's a different thing. Stream Deck 7 Elgato Studio. This one. I think I just need this one as well. Continue download. Save. Finish. Click yes or no if you're playing a manual. You start. Okie dokie. Yes. I want to say something, but I won't because I feel like if I say it, I'm gonna fuck it up. Also, how come my settings didn't sync? I need to log into this, don't I? Boop. Oh, do I have to export the profile? I didn't think about that. It's a good thing I downloaded it to make sure. Okay, this guy, he's gonna stay on my computer. This guy, export is going to go on the NAS. Streaming, Excel. I forgot I had other ones. Yeah, then this one's gonna stay on my computer, and then this one's going on the other computer. So this one. Profiles. Add new profile. Delete, yes. How do I, oh, import. It's always a little drop down menu. This one, stream, this one, install. Install. Finish. Oh, this is not the XL thing. I think it's because I don't have it plugged in, which is fine. I will fix that later. I want to do the sync thing. Why is this not syncing? Why haven't you synced? Is it a setting thing? Sync? Okay, hold on. Okay, add new device, computer. I have to send myself a thing now. I've never felt more big brain, I think, than this moment of my life where I have to like send myself so many files. YouTube, baby, hold it down. Okay, and then on this one, I go. Were you always gray? Ah! I blinded myself. What? Why is this that color? Customize? No. Oops. Okay, that's fine. Sync. I have a sync code. Oop, oop, not that one. This one, approve. Warning, this one. Okay. Okay, cool. Now if I go back here, okay. Close all. Close this, close this, close this. Close this? Yes, I don't need that open. Settings. Upload. Digitalart image. Boop. So search that one. That's fine. I think that's everything. I think that might be everything. Unless I think of something else later. So I think everything else I kind of don't want to do on stream, I think. For a possibility of doxing myself. But I think I'm okay. Alright, I'm gonna go to the bathroom really quick. I'll be right back. I'm back. And I have to put these like this. I think I take my whiskey. I realize I'm not in the right position. Boop. In my bed at 3, you're too sweet for me. Boop. I've done all these. Boop. Oh, nope, this one goes up. Oops. Edit labels. Boop. Alrighty. I forgot what I was thinking about. Boop. I'm gonna lurk. That's what I want to do. Kirby Air Riders. I'll lurk in Crimbo Stream, and I will lurk in Muse. Oh. Gotta like all the things that I was tagged in. Okie dokie 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 wokey wokey pokey. Alright, close, 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 save, Control R. About her, she rings my bell. My gym class in half an hour. What am I gonna do now? Reload. Oh fuck. Okay, it's fine. I got corned beef. You got corned beef. Fuck yeah. How's your corned beef? Hope you have good corned beef. I'm gonna play some Minecraft. Listen to I heard maiden. Okay, I'm out of class and had some dinner. I tried to eat more beans, but they came with chicken, and it looked raw. Yikes! Did you eat any fruit though? You said you promised you were gonna eat some fruit. You promised. You said you were gonna eat some fruit. Boyfriend's a dick. My brain is like going like two inches a minute, but at the same time also going like 5 miles an hour or 50. You like my art? Of course I liked your art. You have good art. I like your art. How dare. Not yet. I just got back to my room. You better eat them pineapples. I remember. You said you were gonna eat pineapples. But I think I accidentally oversaved that, so that kind of sucks, but I think I could. I did. Fuck. Okay, now what's the other option? It's the other one I have to think about. Okay, that's fine. Gimme, thank you for the lurk, Teeny. Back to the idea, go have a good day. Boop. Boop. I'm not gonna put a thing down here. Okay, this is gonna be the checklist for the stuff that I gotta do. Also I'm gonna make myself smaller because I can. Just feel a bit big on screen. BLD, come here. There we go. Let me think. My brain's thinking so hard right now. Add Sammy to laptop. Send desktop audio to laptop. Shit, the can tab broke. I don't have a can opener. Chuck it against the wall. Good thing I stocked up. Oh, okay, fair. Probably a better idea. Send desktop audio to laptop. Check. VTS Pog. Check all VTuber programs. Yeah. I'm trying to think. No, I think that. I don't know. Do I keep that there? Or do I change it? Do I change it to the other pro? Do I put that to the that? Or do I put that? Or do I? No, I think I need one that stays on my computer. Okay. Yeah, you can, but it fucks up the blade, and I don't have nice knives. Oof. Rip. Add stream deck to laptop. Keep small one. And then what else do I gotta check? Oh, the iPhone. Connect iPhone to laptop. Connect capture card. Good lord. I have to check so many things. I hope you guys love me at least a little bit, because this is a lot of change. It's a lot. On God, it's actually quite a bit to do this. But I think it'll be worth it. Because, like, this means if I can get this to work. What do you mean? What do you mean you're connected? What? What are you talking about? Yeah, look, you did it. What? Is it because it's open on my laptop? I'm gonna turn the laptop off. The laptop needs to be turned off anyway. But he told me that you had a boyfriend who looked like a girlfriend that I had in February of last year. It's so confidential. I've got potential. Shut down. Cool. It's yourself for me. I said maybe, baby, please. Huh? Oh, it's because I think it's because I have it open on my laptop as well. That's why. And the Songify on my laptop isn't connected to Spotify. So I turned it off so I won't have duplicates. But I'm excited. Will one of you tell me that you love me so I feel like that this is good? Because, I was going to make examples of why this is good. So this is a good idea, I think, because I can then play games like Monster Hunter Wilds with no frame drops. I can use Unreal Engine 5, no frame drops. I can use DaVinci at its full power, no frame drops. I can play Minecraft, no frame drops. And if my desktop crashes for whatever reason, the stream won't go down. The stream will still keep going. Speaking of that, I need to plug... Oh, that's another note. Plug laptop battery. Plug laptop battery into backup battery. Cool. It'll be cool, guys. It'll be cool. Oh, I like this song. Vexed, I'm gonna do food guesser. So mute me. Mute me if you want. Do food guesser. I feel like I know. I mean, laptop has a built-in battery backup. Yeah, but just in case, because it's gonna be plugged in all the time kind of thing, and I'm not gonna have it be like, this is blue cheese. Is it a France thing? Borders France. Where the fuck is France? But like just in case. I've never known laptops to be good. Is it a Spain thing? Wait, where is it? Southwest? Better leave it on its own so it doesn't take the power from others unless you remove the battery from the laptop. Okay, then I will remove that. Thank you. I'm just trying to like think of things as I go, so. Spain? Is it Spain? Oof. Oof. What the fuck? Sugar, skim milk, modified starch, vegetable oil, gelatinous food coloring, milk, fruit. This feels... What? This dish is a powdered dessert mixed that, when combined with milk, transforms into light, airy mousse. I think this is an American thing, isn't it? I think I know what this is, but I think it's an American thing. That or it's a United UK thing. Because I'll be damned if I miss this banger. Fair. Okay, 13,000. Fuck. Oh, Vex, I'm getting good at this. I'm getting good at this. T. I played off time. Fuck. Aw. Might be being played off. Eggs Benedict. Eggs Benedict. Bakwa. Bakwa. Faluchele. Bakwa. Bakwa. Me, Bone Lamb has so many. Man, Bone Lamb has so many. I believe it. I believe it. Cloak Cannon. Or that thing. Is that beef? Is that beef intestine? Boiling beef tripe. Yep. I knew it. Sandwich de miga. I like this one. Nope. Okay. I can't even see what that is. I'm going with this one. Ha! This one that looks like just raw meat. I know it's not, but like. Nope. I will always pick Korean. I'm not wrong. Pom or kubdari. Kubdari looks good. Dosa or biglia. Dosa looks good. Clean up your looks with all the lies in the books to make a citizen out of you. It pisses me off that there's like Minecraft, and it's whatever. Ooh, who's on? Devouring combat. Guess what I learned today? What did you learn today? Fuck, we tied. Let's go! Oh my god. Also, okay, you guys never told me you love me. Guys, I need... can I have, like, a heart in chat? Or a head pat? It's like, because, like, the dual PC shit is hard. You know the absolute unit that is a bat... That is... You know the abs... Yes. Thank you. Pixels, you don't count! Okay, Kiwi counts. Kiwi counts. Vex counts. Okay. I'm okay now. Pixels doesn't count because Pixels has to help me with it. Okay. You don't count because you have to help me all the time. He's supposed to be early. Fuck off. Fuck off, brother. Thanks, Batman. Now you make me feel bad for being 25. Out of me. They can tell us as long as some of us bleed. So tuck in your clothes and strike a fire. Ow, ow, ow. I actually wonder a new question. Can you disable laptop keyboard? I think I can.
Okay, I like it, Picasso.
Okay, I like it, Picasso. Picasso. Thank you for the song request. Walk in your clothes, or strike a violent pose. They that leave you alone, but not me. Get the now teenagers, don't live a shit out of me. It's loading the terrain. My brain keeps thinking about if there's anything else I'm gonna need for the laptop, but I don't think so. Not that it like super matters. I should submit that, by the way. I need to submit that. It's stuck in your clothes and like a violent pose. Merry Christmas. Oops. I think I heard this one before. And I love some unis. I love my uni someone posted on Yik Yak. Oh! That's crazy. Cool. Yeah. Time for Minecraft. Yeah, Minecraft time. Hat bag. Chalk stick. Hat bag is here. I have so much loot, fuck. Is that just boop? I have 2 epic hat bags. Was that an actual waddlehead? Boop. Wait, can't I change his color? Oh, he's not the dyeable version, so maybe not. Dun, 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 dun. Where, oh, where is the stuff that I was gonna put in here? The zombie head, the block. Did I put anything in here? No? Okay. Actually, I should put... Okay, no, I don't have it with me. That's fine. Okay, this... These... This. I'll take, like, half of these. Block of raw iron? What the fuck? Hold on. Potato. Oh, did I put it downstairs? I did indeed. This one. Oh, I don't have another one. I don't have any tools. Okay, I'll put this upstairs then. Boop. 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 I need another loot box. This one. Pantaloons, this one. Immunity to poison, huh? I kind of want to... Oh, fuck it, damn it. I don't want thing this. Ooh. Wait, can I put hats in the accessories? Nope. Okay. That's something I did want to look up, but I don't know how to do it. But that's okay for now. Foob. Keep this foob on me. Foob. Bowl. Loot. This thing. Stick. Give me a stick. Is it a magical stick, maybe? This one. Loot. Put this golden apple in my backpack. I'll keep like half of this on me, I think. I think I should be able to smelt the rest of that off that one coal. I think, right? Yes. Ores, put these in here. I didn't just smelt that though. Oh my god, these are just straight up blocks. Yay. A day. One drops or coal. This one. I had something else to put in here, but maybe not. Okay. Boop. Mom drums or the bobbly hearts. Do you cook? No, you just go in there for some reason. Okay. What do I use this for? I could use it to make potato salad. Ooh, potato salad, huh? Onion, an egg. I have no chickens though, unfortunately. And then, oh, I can take my backpack off. And hopefully not lose all the stuff in my backpack, but I haven't before, so. I don't know how that works. That's how that works, right? Huh? I wanna go. Oh, it's only 4? Oh. And then gold. Is it 4 gold? Oh no, it's just a whole thing. Oh, it's because you use copper and that makes the gold, the iron cheaper. That makes sense. Is that for gold? Diamond? Do I have enough diamond? Oh, I have enough diamond! Best backpack. Whoop. Whoop. Ha-ha! All the inventory for me. How do I make the crafting upgrade? Crafting. TNT. Bookmark. I wanna go. Need 1 leather. Okay. Need string and leather. And then I need iron. Make a bed and then your sofa. There you go. Crafting table and a chest. Chest, iron. Yay. Hog. There's also an upgrade for smelting as well. Smelting. It's this one. I need the one for the backpack though. This one. Okay, so do the same thing again. I need my iron again. Boop, boop, boop. Then what do I need? A furnace? Furnace and then redstone. Which I have one of those in my backpack. I think it's like this. Oh, no. There we go. What does the smelting upgrade do, though? Interesting. That's expensive. And I don't have any more diamonds. So I used all of them. What are the other ones? Can't these... What the fuck? Oof. Okay, fair. Anvil upgrade. Tank upgrade. That's a patch and then glass. Huh? Woo! Yay! More money! More money! Money! Goodbye. Pixels found out he has more money than he thought he did and he's very happy about it. think I remember how to make this on my own, but I don't super remember. Coal, dank food, extra food, this, my hats. Where'd my sword go? I had a sword. I thought I had a sword. Oh, I have 7 more diamonds. Actually, I'm gonna place. Yeah, okay. Those 9 divided by 36 by 9. 4. Okay, I need more redstone if I want to upgrade the dank. Which I don't know if I super want to upgrade the dank, to be honest. I'm gonna just have it. You vibin'. I gotta change my category. I forgot. There you go. I still have more too. Cool. I feel like I'm forgetting something. Oh wait, there are 3 people on the server. Never mind. Okay. Give me block. Feel like I'm forgetting something, and I don't know what it is, and it's annoying my little baby brain. I need a new sword. That's something. Try to make an emerald sword. Actually, what weapons do we have? Diamond. There's a lot of swords. Wow. That's simply swords. Wow. Do I want a long sword? I kind of want this axe. An iron great axe, 2-handed slow. It does 9 hearts of damage. The internet. Iron long sword. Iron claymore. Iron halberd. The nature of the night. I feel like a halberd would be a bit long. What about a warglaive? Let's do a warglaive. Back upstairs. Oh, I have to hide. I might have horse. I need a roof. That's a spear. That's not what I want. Because I did it wrong. Cool. I'll go fight something. Washa. 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 Not bad. Ow. Not bad. I like it. Why are there so many mobs over there? I'm half a horse. I live in the door. Oh, I was gonna make mailboxes. I forgot about that. Others have horse, have men. Come at me, dog. You got a sword? Or I got a warglaive. What are you gonna do about that, Ow. Haha. Give me your meats. Ow. Don't touch me. You undead peasant. To be fair, the range isn't that long, but I think that's okay. considering how fast it like hits. Ow. Oh right, I was gonna make that tank upgrade, but I need to go get sand. That's what I was doing. I need sand. I don't want to go over there. I just need 8 pieces of sand. 3, 4, 5. I think that's 9, or is that 8? Oh yeah, 9. Okay. It'll be enough for now. I just want to put my XP somewhere. Anything in my mailbox? Nope. Okay, cool. Like we did then. Oh, I should look at how I'm gonna make the rest of my house. Boop, boop, boop. Oh, right, I've decided if I want to do stone. I want to do windows, though. That's for a fact. So let's do windows. Windows. Nobody, cause I'm brain dead. Ooh, the flowering willow planes are cool. I don't have a willow tree. Hi, Zoe! I could go ask. I could ask the fruit bed if they have any. But their thing is claimed. I want windows. Well, it's kind of more important that I get my health, my XP in order. In my head. Nobody, cause I'm brain dead. I took a nap and slept too long. That's okay. Did you have a good sleep? Resizable, strict resizable. I want the one that is like a haft. Sorry, I'm like stretching my neck because I can't really see them. This is dark oak. I want stripped dark oak. Mangrove? I want this. Okay, I have to look it up. Stripped. I'm glad you slept good. I don't have any dark oak. I'm gonna go get some dark oak. Where would dark oak be? Maple taiga? Would the... No, that's a maple taiga. Do taigas have dark oak? I think they just have spruce. Let me go check. Excuse me, Mr. Enderman. Ghost home. Apples are in my head. I can't leave their house. Unless I went upstairs and I jumped off the roof. Okay. This is the only way I'm going to be able to do this. Ow. I think so. Excuse me. I can't get out. Need to get out of this place. Okay. Open the door! Pew, I'm at your door. Open the door! How are you doing? Okay, I fucked up. I came here. I came to Ghost House because I wanted to see if they had any dark oak, but I can't. How are you doing? How was your stream? Did you have fun with Fortnite? How do I leave? I don't know how to leave now. I think I'm kind of stuck here. Okay, no, I can go this way. Well, welcome on in. How was your stream? Did you have fun? Oh, there we go. I think Devouring's placed my house in. Well, come on. If you need a raid and rest, feel free to do so. Otherwise, I hope you enjoy your time here with us as I go look for spruce or dark oak. Aspen. No. Where's some dark oak, bruh? I want some dark oak. Swamp. Fen. Taiga. Do taigas? Well, taigas don't have dark oak, right? Where does dark oak spawn? Dark forest biome. I must go on an adventure. Okay. Hello, love. Welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Okay, so let me go home first because I want to make the tank upgrade so that way I don't die with 25 levels of XP because I don't normally have that naturally. So my lovely viewers, a sneak peek of the model. Yay! Understandable. I would be very excited. And we did some Fortnite. Understandable. I hope you had a lot of fun. If you need to go raid and rest, remember to so. Otherwise, I love you. Hope you have a great rest of your night. If you craft a marking by emotional, I want to adventure. I need to adventure. Do I need the pump upgrade? Oh, I need the pump thing though too. Pump fluid tanks. Oh wait, maybe I don't. Maybe I just need the tank. Okay. Gonna lurk, love you, love you. Okay. Tank. There's an item in at least one of these 18 slots. What? Oh, I see. It takes. Oh, yeah. You know that is what it said. That is what it said that it would do. Yes, indeed. I know. Seems to have. Oh, I need this. Just don't try to sail away. How do I put stuff in it? How do I do the XP pumping? I am wasting all this time. Oh, I need this one. I need blinking and I need ender eyes. Oh no. I have one ender pearl. No. Okay, well, I'm gonna go die with my stuff. Dark forest. Not like, to be fair, it doesn't really matter. Oop, I didn't mean to do that. Start search. I do want to put that on here though. I do gotta like do that so that way I can remember that I want to make it. Wait, can I make the first one at least? Oh, I can reorganize them. Oh, that takes a piston? Bruh. Okay, never mind. I'll do it later. Not found. Okay, well, I guess I'll go to someone else's house. I'll go to Devouring's house. Dark forest. This one. Search. This way. Navigating my head, give me some advice. Huh? Is this potatoes? Those are oats. Okay. Oh, I didn't bring a boat. Wait, what happened to my boat? Ghost gave me. I'm giving myself the boat back. My boat. My boat. Why can't I place the boat? There you go. Whee! Whee! We're going to unmarked territory, chat. I think, at least. Pretty sure that's spruce, because the dark oak's thicker. Is that a chest? Out on the ocean? On the ocean? I will go. Kitty slippers. What are these? Hermes boots? I don't need to run any faster, but thank you. Ooh, an iron battle axe. I wanted to try that. Cool. Hello? Oh, okay. I thought there was something, like, going around in the water. But it was just a flying fish. Thought it was a beast from the lucky depths below. What's that? What is that? Hold on. Womp, 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 womp. Sailfish. Run super fast. Wait, they're both super fast, though. Oh. Boop. Radio. I've got a radio. A sycamore. A sycamore tree. An aglet. Hello? Is that a fish? A flying fish. Oh, hello. Hello, Mr. Flying Fish. I am going to go check out whatever the fuck that tree is. Is that a banana tree? Is this a banana tree? Banana bundle. Give me. Oh, it needs a hoe? Well, I guess I could make a hoe. Banana frond. Banana stalk. Let me make a hoe. One weapon, one tool, not weapon, one tool I didn't think I'd need. Banana. Banana. Give me banana. Yippee! I have banana. Yippee. Can you use the banana fronds to plant more bananas? I hope so. I want a banana tree. What can I use for the bananas? Banana. 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 Banana bunch. Banana. Oh, the banana can only be used with that? Banana. Okay. Understandable. I still want it for the aesthetic. Let's go this way. Let's run it out. Know that I call it. Who's out here? Oh no, that's just okay. I thought that was a claim. I only got 20 FPS out here somehow. Should across this. There's a dungeon over there. I think I can go around this to reach it, actually. What the fuck is that? Oh, it's a sky island that's on the ground. Leave me. You want me. Oh, the server catch up. Okay. Blah 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 blah. I think I gotta go this way, so I will pack my boat up. I like that one breaks in one hit compared to wood boats that break in multiple, I think. blue sage. This. Give me some of this. Ooh. Ooh, I like these. These are pretty. Can I have one more, Angelica? What's this one? Is this also a blue sage? It is, okay. I eat my own reflection, but... Oh, okay. Ooh, clovers. Ooh, I have a shovel. I don't know. I think that's random on whether it'll spawn with flowers or not. I see a dark oak, I think. Is a dark oak that way? This dark oak is this way. I didn't realize that was gonna be a hole. It's okay. We're okay. Distort. Distort. Nice. Is this a village? What is this? Hello? Ooh, coal. Don't mind if I do. Is that like a piece of coal? Polished blackstone button. Oh, okay. And every question, hello? Any loot for me? First button. No more loot? I don't really want a fletching table. I don't really do arrows. What is this other side of the house, though? Wait, is that just... Oh, no, I just didn't go in here. Emerald! Ah, the dark forest. Yes. Da 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 dun 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 dun. There's sheep here. Oh, what is this? Woo! A tall bio shroom? Give me that. Give me. Give me. I'm gonna get all the loot. Okie dokie. What is that? Oh, it's a mushroom enderman. Cool. I want another one of these. I want two. Two of each color. Pink mushroom block. Get away. This is really cool. Someone has a fucking backpack. I think I kind of want that sheep. I want to steal these sheep. Music stop. No. Hello. What do you sell? Cardinal? Ooh. You know the song request. Are you gonna work, Spotify? Okay, Spotify is being upset again. Exit. Spotify? Why are you being dumb, Spotify? There you go. There you go. Thank you for the song request. Do you have any loot? No. Goodbye, sir. This place is cool. That bird scared me. You have sheep and loot? Can I have your sheep, sir? On the top. Whoa, fluorescent maple sapling. Ooh. Wait, is this a village? Maybe it's a village. Is it a village? It is a village. Oh, carrots! Give. Yes. Is there a waystone here? I actually don't know if this is a village. Ooh. Okay, well, that didn't do what I wanted to do. This is not a village. Hi, sheep. That's a pillager outpost. Look just like you. Okay, well, I kind of want one of these sheep. But I don't know if I want to take the sheep or not. Okay. Well, I want them now. This is actually a really nice place. Kind of wish I might make another house out here someday. Now I gotta go all the way back that way, which is fucking crazy. Alright. Create waypoint. Nice clearing. This is why the dreams come true. I'm involving you. Alright, I gotta go back home now. I didn't even get dark oak. What am I doing? Blackwood? Need dark oak. Fern. Blackwood. I think. Dark oak? That's a really tall dark oak, though. These are all gonna be tall dark oak. Don't shoot at me, please. I am trying to get some wood. Ow! Ow! You're not who I was expecting to come up on me. Don't. Stop. Stop it. Hello? Oh. Stop. Stop yourself. Thank you. I feel so good. Oh. Boop. Ooh. Boop, 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 boop. Hi. Get the fuck out of here. Holy, the audio low. What? Did something happen to the audio? What happened? Something happened? So sad. Okay. Oh. Oh, you scared me. You spooked me. Wish it wasn't dark anymore. I can't see. Excuse me, sir. I just need to take refuge for a second. Okay. The tree? Gotcha. Like a lot of red. Are we playing as a 5'3" man? Because I am 5'2.5", man. What the fuck? Cause it's lore accurate. Hello? Spruce creeper. What the fuck? I just wanted some blackwood because I wanted to see what it's like. That's 22. There's a small one over here somewhere. Maybe because I like being lore accurate, man. Shit. Feel judged. 9. 9. Ah! Go away. Go away. You're so tiny. Can't cute. Ow. I'd like to go home now. Oh my god, what was that? I'd like to go home now. But where is home? Home is that way. I'm going the exact wrong direction. Cool. Oh, okay. I thought that was a spooky man. Ow. 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 I can't believe Nox called out, like, my exact height. It's like, why are you playing, like, your exact height? Insert exact height here. Ah, no, leave me alone. Get out of here. We must go. Is that a village? Wait, this is a village. Ooh. Because I'm 6 foot, by the way, ladies. You goof. You a goober. Alright. What are those? Climbing claws? Allows you to slide down wall, hold shift, to slide down. Interesting. Okay, I kind of want more. No, I was here. I was... A fedora? Found a fedora. He has a party hat. Can I have your party hat? If I kill you, will you give me your party hat, sir? Oh, Iron Forge party hat of the Mage Hunter is amazing. Okay. Do y'all have a waystone around here so I don't gotta, like, go all the way home? No, okay. Home is also this way. Boop. Calm down, short stack. This is like 6 inches. Okay. Wee. The one who jumps with you naked. I wanna be the one who jumps with you naked. Okay, that's a village, though. That is a village. That has to have a waystone. This one has to have a waystone. So small. Weeping Witch Forest, cool. Okay, this one has to have a waystone. Let me go home in ease. Hello, Mr. Iron Golem. You gonna hurt me? Nah, you don't give a shit about me. I'm like a rat. There's your bell. What the fuck? Is this like a pyre? You guys have a waystone around here? Guys usually have one next to like the bell, but I'm not seeing one. I think this game is just teaching me that I'm not gonna be able to cheat my way out of riding the boat home. The boat ride home. There we go. Are you hurting someone? Ow, ow. Yeah, it looks like I might just have to make the boat ride home. What is this? A wood buoy. There's a cow in here. Hello. You're coming home with me. No, wait. Are there only 2 of you? No. Okay. I actually kind of want this one. Can I put you on my boat? Okay. Get in the boat. Get in the boat. Get in the boat. Get in the boat. I don't think you can get in the boat. Maybe because it's not a conventional boat? Make a normal boat. Wait. That's not fair. Oops. Okay, normal boat. Can I put you in the normal boat? Can you get in the normal boat? Yes, okay. I don't really have a name tag for you, though. All right, let's go home. Let's go home, buddy. What is luck without change? How far is home? Oh, it's a ways away, buddy. Are we even? Because if I take you, I think maybe if there is open water along here, we can go back on boat. Otherwise, we're gonna have a very interesting time going home. Living. Why are we still sending? Oh, there's more loot. We cannot stop now. We must go home. Your safety is of the utmost importance. You will be living. Oh, I don't have a home for you. Didn't think about that. We'll get there. Regret it, let it, let it. Ash1JB, welcome in. Welcome in. Welcome in. I hope you enjoy our time here. Time is showing something new. Maybe it's time to let time pass through. To passing by, but passing through till the world runs dry. I guess I could carry him, actually. I could carry the cow. Nice to meet you. How was your day? My day's good. How's your day? We should play until Minecraft. Hanging out. It's unforgiving when a good thing. Hold on, I have to send a picture to you. Ow. That hurt. It's like an arm length away. Happening, happen. It's an arm length away. There you go. Some amazing force outside of. Wait, do I have to go that way? I have to go down. I have to go down. I have to go around Devouring's house. Little critters you have for your followers is so cute. Thank you. They're my little milk beans. Now that you followed, you can customize your own. I think the colors are free. I think. Or they're like not that expensive, so you'll get them pretty soon. Look like what happened. Oof. Okay. Yep. Again and again, you and I will always be back then. Ooh. You and I will always be. There's a hedgehog over there. Devouring has a hedgehog near his land. And an aqua grandmaster, which is slightly terrifying. Is my cow still here? Yes, okay, cool. Actually, I can see it at the top because we're so close together. And don't worry, Mr. Cow, we'll be home soon. We're out this way. Before you made a choice for me, I knew the path. Oop, I'm going the wrong way. This way. This way. Might be a bit of a bump of transition, but we'll get to there, Mr. Cow. Don't worry. I'm gonna name this cow Dagon. Yeah, I'm naming you Dagon. With the. Oop, 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 oop. Come on, little Dagon. We have to hope and pray that this will lead us home. Maybe. Oh my fucking god, what was that? Ew, what the fuck are you? Betrayed guzzler? Ew, what the fuck? We're leaving, but daggone, let's go. That guy was weird. Oh, wrong thing. This way? Ooh, I don't think we're gonna have a path this way, daggone. I guess we kinda do. Where is he? I'll go back to him. Beep. Oh shit, hey, devouring. He's over here. I want him. Okay, you can have him. Dagon said he might have wanted feed picks, so we didn't pick him up. I think he was like around here somewhere. I think. Was he? I think so. He might have despawned. I don't know. He was like in the water. Can they drown? Did you find him? He might. I think it was around here somewhere. Bluegill. Chocolate mining bee. Was he back more? Was he back more? He could have been back more, maybe. It's also possible that he despawned because he was in a chunk that no one was in. So if you want one devouring and he's not here, I could give you one. I don't know how long it takes for things to spawn and despawn in the server. I don't know, I feel like I saw him over there, though. Spider. Daggone, do you remember where we saw that guy? I don't remember where we saw that guy. No worries. Okay. I'll let you know if I see another one. Or if you want, I don't know if you're talking to Tricky or me, but... A new person all over. Are they rare? It's like he was like over here, I feel like, but I don't really remember. Be careful, they're highly aggressive and will steal your weapon. Oh. Okay. Cool. Cool. He's just waiting for me at my house. Oh. Get in the boat. I realized I did that, but I'm probably gonna have to carry you home. Yeah, I'm gonna have to carry you home. Okay. Is this rice? It's a reed. Oh, I'm sorry. It wasn't breaking. Oh, this is hard to see. Oh, God. Oh, this is hard. Uh-oh. This is very stressful. Oh my God, I feel like I'm gonna get bit in the ass by an alligator. Please go faster. Please get on dry land. Please, for the love of God, get on dry land. Please! Ooh, I need that. I need sugarcane. I need sugarcane. I want to make jam. You stay there for a second. I need the sugarcane. Okay. And I guess I got duckweed. Alright, come on. Come on. Come on. Okay, let's go. Let's go. right now. I leave you all strung out. Ugh. And no, I sounded you and I go to Big Island. Good night, Sheppy. Thank you for the box. Sleep well. Ugh. Could never be a pair. Found another village. But now that I have a cow, I have to walk home. Please have a block I can stand on. Okay. Well, this is a frog village. You gave me a connection. I'm really wondering if like this would have opened. I might go into creative just to check. Actually, I'll just go now. Nah, let's go. I don't want to waste my time. Okay, well, never mind. I can't go into creative while holding him, so. Yeah. Actually, I have to be in creative first, and then I can hold him. Just curious. Right here. Oh, it's hard to leave you where I get you everywhere. Oh, it's hard to think it. Well, I don't need you, but I miss you. Come here. It looks like it could have yeah, it looks like it could have connected. So I could have gone. I could have gone this way. And then I guess gone like this way straight home, I guess. The morning, everything's alright. If only I got really, really restrictive in size, so I'm making a new base. Oh, it's hard to see you and I missed you everywhere. Okay. I cover the map? Mostly, okay. I'll put you down for a second, Dagon. Alright, come on, Dagon, let's go home. Dagon, home is this way, Dagon. Those little high-waisted shorts. Oh, that's what I think about. Alright, no blouse. White heather, cool. Go for you here. To let me know. Both your hands in. Okay, I see there's an ad in the Discord, and I think it has to do with Tricky's character, so we try to quickly go home. He's so far away. This one. So going down. Meow. Those potatoes or onions? Carrots. There was carrots this close to my house. Oh. Let me go. Alright. Alright, cow, we're home. And now to let me go. We are home. Okay. Larger than 32767 bytes. Okie dokie. Ooh. Larger than that. Sort of, I downloaded the mod keyboard version of Minecraft, but mainly got mods that assist. The issue was it called as a fair where you're able to packet fixer. I thought we had packet fixer. Here we don't. Does it need to be on the server side or client side? I feel like it's a client side thing. I would say you got 32-bit Java installed. Try 64. Things I tried this. I did. I've updated to Java 64. My server internal exception. Is it an internal exception? It is. New message from the is this client? This mod is required client and server side. Oh. Cause it seems like this could fix it. And it to server and client. Pop my little soda pop. Ooh. Ooh, that's why, okay. Alright. Oh, I have carrots. I need to plant these carrots. Oh, I have carrots, but they are in my backpack. Bloop. Bloop. Oh, that you feel Blackwood shrub. Cool. I don't know what to do with these. But I should move them, I think, to the loot. My loot thing. I need another chest, actually. I'll just put these in here for now. Oh, poor Tricky. Did you ever say what? Was the specific recipe from JEI? Okay. Oh fuck, okay. I think it's a weird packet error. Looking it up. Rejoice. It's the top one. What? Okay, I guess I'll crash myself to check. Are you bookmarking it or? capture gem. Hat. Hat. Claws. Ooh, I have 2 hat bags. Let's see what's in them. Okay stuff. Ooh, there was a cowboy hat in one of them, though. Okay, full. Oh, boy. I'm just gonna shove this all in here. And then start putting shit in my inventory. Boop. Except for these guys, because I know these guys stay in here. Extra tools. This. And this. Oh, this. Doot. It's gonna stay in there. I gotta go plant my carrots. So the wild carrots. Hey, let me out. 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 3, 4. Okay. Food. Banana frond. Banana frond. Rods is food. Sapling. Palm sprout. Ooh. 'Cause I don't think that they'd understand. I think dye should go in the plant chest. Food can have the honeycomb chest. It's just that specific one for when I'm making the oak beehive. It crashes my game and kicks me out to the multiplayer area, but I don't know the one thing. I do know one thing that's specific. I changed the one keys in the character. Almost me in the second half. Does using though, because you can't make an oak beehive with other wood versions. Is where packet fixer would come in. Packet fixer. Understanding the number of mods. So try to be to allocate. Ooh. Boop. Spruce, dark oak, keep you. Ooh, I wanna plant this. I like this version of Tainted Love. Marilyn Manson. Run away, I've got to. Oops. I put seeds in the wrong chest. Right. We share. Oh, nowhere. Mushroom. Oh, you can cook it. Oh. Didn't know that. Seeds. Filtered. This one. 2. Run away, I've got to. Boop. Oh, I also want to know what the sycamore tree looks like. Oh, I need to cut that down though. Where's my axe? Oh, right. I'm using a gold one because my other one broke. Oh, they that way. 4. 1, 2, 3. I can add a knife. Fuck, a bunch of raiders ran up on me and 5 chickens died in the crossfire. Not the chickens! Not the chickens! No! I need to love. Boop, 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 boop. Wait, no, I want this one. From you. Just. Food is the honey. Honey, honey. Flesh. Food. Dark oak I want to keep. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, 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 boop. Ooh, another hat bag. Aw, not cute. Okay. I wouldn't mind using this instead. A radio? Can I place the radio somewhere? I'll turn it off. How do I turn it off? I can just break it. Okay. Boop. Roller skates. Boop, boop. Oh, fuck. Yeah, I'm gonna need another chest. Okay. Are these oak? They are oak. I'll just make these oak for now. I don't know where I put Elastic Hands of Magic. Okay. But I want to plant this. This goes in here. I guess I'll just put those in there for now. Furniture. These guys. I'll keep these extra weapons on me. Fuck it. Weapon. Okay. Boop. Goes in there, and the rest of these go outside. And I'm gonna plant this shit. I want to see what these look like. Also, break this one in case it gets in the way. I feel like I should plant more spruce though. Boop. Bloop. Actually, I'll eat the apples. It's my character. I'll be hungry. There we go. Alright, cool. Boop. I'm just gonna put those in here for now because I don't want to deal with it. And then you go in here. Do I have something? Oh, it's the luck thing, isn't it? Luck. Okay. Oh, right. Okay, so I got that so I could get that and then make something. Which I don't remember what it was that I'm making. Oh, the windows. The dark oak stripped windows, which I want to do. Pane window, I think. So I need to go get glass. Which means I gotta go and do a thing somewhere where there's a desert. Start search. Please tell me there's one nearby. Yeah. Oh, it's so far away. What was that? I heard a honey, a bee thing. Okay, so which way? Oh my god, it's... Oh, it's like this. It's gonna be out this way, huh? Oh my god, wait, where'd Dagon go? Dagon, where'd you go? Dagon? Oh shit, where did Dagon go? What? Did I lose my cow? Where did Dagon go? Dagon! Dagon? Bat, creeper. Where did Dagon go? Where did Dagon go? Dagon? Where did Dagon go? Dagon? Oh, Dagon's not in there. Dagon? Where did Dagon go? Dagon's gone. I'm gonna give myself a new Dagon because that makes me sad. At least make it a first person. I already miss him. I already miss him, chat. I can't believe I lost Dagon, bruh. Dagon. It's even the same thing. Yay. Oops. Okay, now hopefully you won't disappear, Dagon. Okay, Dagon. I'm gonna go get some sand. I will be home soon. I think I should make extra shovels. Like 3. Alright. Actually, does that work how I think it works, or am I doing that for no reason? Controls, keybinds, category, origins, view origin. Oh, hi Goob, hi Goob, how are you? Controls, keybinds, shader. Keybinds, key, view origin. Where pickup mode. I'm okay, how are you? I'm good. Open config for inventory HUD. No, go away. Thank you for the cheek fab and the wellness check. That means a lot to me. I'm just trying to like figure. No, bro. Okay, wait. Controls, keybinds. Skill tree. Open skill screen. Yay! Okay, there we go. Goblins are obsessed with gold. When wearing or using gold, golden goblin hand match lasts longer. Nimble, stunted, and frail. Okay. Thank you for the wellness share. I need to drink more water today. I just finished all my advanced GG, but I haven't really drank any water today. I might end stream earlier today, so I can test doing the new stream setup, but and is not for right now. Right now, I gotta go that way, this way, and I have nothing. Minecraft! Sorry, I'm a little excited. You're okay. I don't have anything to help me go that way, so I'm just gonna go this way. Caught in the undertow. How you doing, Bumby? I'm so much more aware. Piggy. Holy Dagon stays there now. I get the loot from this now. I'm some loot chest. Cool. Whoa. Ooh. Sorry, I just ended my art stream only because I'm trying to figure out live videos right now. Oh, that's fair. That's fair. Fair in my opinion. Ow. Huh? Oh, I have a clock now. Cool, and a fire blast. Oh, a flawless crystal. Woo! But if you have any questions, you know, you're never bothering me. I'm happy to answer the questions when I can look at this card. There's fish in there. Seasonal forest. And I know. Get the fuck out of my face. Stop slinging your webs at me. What is that? Blueberry. Give me. Ooh. An extra CD, please. Here comes out. I'll go this way. Want to see the finished product? Of course! Of course I do. I'd love to. Little hungies. And that's also why I think I kind of want to end stream early. Not only because of the fact I want to try to set up my laptop, but also because I am hungies. This feels like a 2010 montage? Yeah, fuck yeah. Ow, ow, ow. Pumpkin patch. What's this? Wild green grapes. Completion, no breathing, don't give a fuck. Bleeding. Ooh. Cute. She's very pretty. I especially like the blues and the golds that you use. Those are my two favorites. I always think navy looks best with gold. When would it be bright? Is that the desert? Is this the desert coming up? Is that no, it's a snow biome. Fuck. What's this? Onions. I don't know if I have onions. I think I have onions. We're out here to get sand, though. Whoa, red moss block. Purple. Oh. Oop, okay. Well, guess I'm getting a moss block. Excuse me. Oh, fuck. Oh, oh fuck. Ow. Come on. Please. I'll use my... Oh, no, not you. I started losing my mind. Wish somebody would tell me I'm fine. Alright. Nothing is fine. Excuse me. Don't mind me. I just have frail little bones. Excuse me, excuse me, excuse me, excuse me. Oh, that's like straight ice. That's cool. Don't mind me. Don't mind me. Pretty please. Hello, professional... General Bro Airsonon, the professional animator. What the fuck? I want to kill him. I want to fight him. Okay, not the tundra zombie, please. Ooh. Server's lagging a little bit, but that's to my advantage in a way. Come here. Yeah, burn, baby. Ow. I want like a loot of yours because I think it'd be fun. Ow, 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 go away. Yay. Ow. Go away. Oh, my fucking glaive thing did a lot more damage, I see. Okay. Yeah! Wait. Oh, it doesn't say he's the animator on the thing. Sad. Oh, wait, no. Ow. Small Winge got back from traveling within an hour of home. Had to take my mom to the hospital. Spent 38 hours. She's mostly better, but won't be leaving anytime soon. So nice to sit down and build. That's understandable. I'm glad that you're able to kind of like de-stress with some Minecraft on the server. But I'm sorry that your mom's in the hospital. I hope she's doing okay. Like, I hope it's nothing too serious. My wife hates you? Wait, bitch, you wasn't even gonna call me? My wife hates me? I mean, your wife is busy, man. Sometimes wives do what wives gotta do undisturbed. White Snowbell, cool. Damn sexy charity K6. That's funny, Dave. I mean, I gotta go all the way this way. I'm small. You want me to climb? Bruh. Wait, do I still have the thing that makes me climb walls? Oh, that's scary. Oh, this is scary sounding. Okay. Oop, oop. She didn't even call me? Maybe she thought you were busy. But if I didn't call her, she'd be like, I'm worse. Yes, as when, yeah, that's kind of, yeah. Kind of not surprised at how women be. That how women do be. Oops. There you go. It was very hard for me in my short little stature. Oh, it's a blue moon! Whoa, that's cool! Wait, I want to look at that. Pine logs. Ooh, look at that! Oh, that's cool. Oh god, oh god, oh god. No, no, I don't like it. I don't like it, I don't like it, I don't like it. No, no, please, please get me out of here. Oh god, I cannot see. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck no, please. No, let me out, let me out, let me out, let me out. Oh. This shit sucks. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Okay. Stop snowing me in place. Whoa, there's a dragon. Oh, please, I'd rather walk on the ice. Oh, thank God. Okay. That's cool. I look for you. What the fuck is that? Is that an island? Oh, it is. Which way am I going? That way. Boat time. Whee! It'd be faster if I went up this side. This side is more stepped. Keep. What is this? White chalk? That's cool. Red heather. Keep. I would like the red heather. Thank you. I look for you. Would you look for me too? Oh, fuck! I thought I could make the jump. I saw the jump, but I was like, I can make this. Oh boy! More ocean. Okay, how's the server doing? I'm just curious. Okay, so it's kind of lagging when I'm like leaving, which makes sense. Whee! Get out of the water, get out of the water, get out of the water, get in the boat, get out of the water, get in the boat, get out of the water. There is a sea serpent under my asshole. Would you look for me too? Is that a lot of stuff? That's a lot of stuff. Oh, the sea serpent's coming. People, I look for you. I just want to find a desert. There are also desert specific foods, I think, that I haven't gotten yet, so. There's another sea serpent coming up. Don't do it, don't do it. Ah! I don't like how gentle that water splash sound was. Oh my god, that's a whale. Oh my goodness. Desert. Desert. Yippee! Alright. What is this? Hello? Oh, this is nice. Oh, it's like a little bar. Okay, sorry, Jesus. Whoa. There was loot. I found a heart of the sea. That's cool. I didn't know the heart of the sea was an eye, though. Are there more cabinets down here? Palm bar. These are cool. I kind of want this mini fridge. These are cool. Palm bar. Is that serpent still here? Or did he leave me alone? Oh, he's just kind of like stuck. Can I help you? Ow, 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 asshole. I put you back, stop. Ooh, I didn't put you back, though. Yeah, get him, sea serpent. Good job, sea serpent. Okay, I'm gonna leave you alone now. Oh, please leave me alone. Good, but you're good for me. Oh, this isn't really a desert. It's a beach, though. That's cool. I'll take some of the sand here. How far is this? Oh, it's not that far. Okay, I'll just go to the desert. Wait, I missed a sand block. I'll get to the desert, and then I'll call it for there. And then continue off stream. Because I don't think you guys really want to watch me just get sand. We do we play it free, free. We'll fix it if we never face it. May the past be the past, with weightless. Time goes by and I lose perspective. Only hurts. Just end it. Am I going away from it? I'm so confused. Oh, this way. I was going the right way. you, lose me like you do. What does it feel like? Ow. We'll fix it if we never. Ooh, tomato. Strawberries. Be free, free. Instead, if we never face it, it's me the past and weightless. There's glowing flowers here. There's a lot of flowers, very pretty. Are these glowing ones? Aster? Did I pick it up? Oh, there you go. Oh wow. What's this? Man, how far away is this desert? Oh, I like these ones. These warpaths? Waraths? It's very pretty here too. All these flowers. Pick up all these flowers. I do not mind. Should have made a flower backpack, I think. Missed one. More flowers over here that I dropped. Oh, leave me alone, please. Ooh, bunch of lavender. Don't mind if I do. There's more cows out here. I gotta keep going this way. We can't, unfortunately, we can't stop for. I need to make a soul gem. That's what I need to do. Ooh, a mouse. Oh, he's so tiny. Ooh, that poor Enderman. Yum, yum, yum. I really wish it would stop raining. Rains so often in our server. At least I feel that way. Or maybe I just coincidentally play in the seasons that it rains most. Whoa, what is this? Magnolia tree. Ooh. Give me all the magnolia. I don't know if I have beets. I feel like I have beets at home. I don't really know. A panda! Hello, Mr. Panda. I think I just saw a jungle creeper. I did. Wait. Give me... I had like PTSD from the time I tried to find a jungle and I couldn't, and it took me 20 years. Oh. Okay, maybe I'll... What? Is there a closer jungle? I don't know if there is a closer jungle. Okay, cool. There you go. Ooh, what are these? Cranberries? Don't mind if I do. Terracotta down there, which I'm not making I'm not making a cottage this time. Bananas. Ooh, coffee. Coffee bean. Oh, we're so close to the desert. No, thank you. No, thank you. You can stay over there. I do not wish to fight you. It's okay. Ooh. What is a mine shaft? I just randomly found... I don't have time for a mine shaft. I need sand. I need sand. Ethically sourced sand from the desert. Because I feel bad taking sand from any other region than the desert. There's a hamster out here? Oh, I really need that soul gem. I forgot where soul gems. I think it's from the occultism mod. I don't remember though. Oh, I almost fell. Ooh, ooh. Mango leaves. Mango tree? Mango tree? Mango sapling. Ooh. I guess it maybe hadn't matured yet. Give me my ethically sourced desert sand! What's this? Laterite? Oh, Jesus. Oh, there's an ant. That's cool. Hopefully I can find clay in other places though, so let's go somewhere else. That's so much clay though. Okay. I am going to stop for now because I'm going to get a lot of this clay. And in order to get a lot of that clay, I'll be sitting here for a while. That's me. Whoops. And so we're gonna go raid. I'm gonna close out the stream. I know it's a little early, but I want to go get some food. And I want... Boo! What a boo what? Boo for why? Boo for why? What else is streaming? Where's my peak today? I'm so tired. Pumpkin spice-a-thon. Oh, poor Gordy. Ooh, I want to go to raid Ori Pup. Sick. I'm late. Oh, I'm sorry. I wouldn't often say that people are late, but this is the one time that unfortunately you're coming in at the end, so I'm sorry. But thank you guys for hanging out with me today. It means a fuck ton to me. We'll be back tomorrow. We're gonna be playing Dispatch, hopefully finishing it, and then doing something else. It might also be the first day where I try out streaming from my laptop with a screen share from my computer. Boo, like I'm a ghost. Oh! Well, you frightened me, my lord. But thank you guys for hanging out with me, and I hope you have fun with Ori Pup. They're a really cool artist, so, you know, should give them some love. Here is the raid message. If you want to use it, you can. Otherwise, you don't have to. But I appreciate it if you did, because then they know where you came from. I hope you guys have a wonderful night, and remember to get rest, and I will see you tomorrow. Goodbye, everyone. Goodbye, Kiwi. Goodbye, Moon. Good night, Buster. Mwah. I love you, and remember, I always hope you get to do what you love. Good night.